Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. It is me, your friendly local neighborhood Zenosfire, back again for another day of Warframe shenanigans. How's it going, everybody? What's up, Gren? Thank you for this 12 months tier 1. Super appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How's it going, everyone? Welcome in, Icicle. What's up, Sirius? Good to see you again, Icicle, or Amy. What you up to today in Furnace? What's up, Zook? Commander Knight, hello to you. Hey, King Chills. What's up, Shem? How y'all doing today? What's everyone up to? Been a year already? I know, that's crazy. What is Jade Shadows Constellations? That's the next patch. The only thing you really gotta do to prepare for it is finish the story quests up until the Jade Shadows quest. Give the boy a treat. No, alright, I'll give the boy a treat. Leg fell asleep. Uh-oh. Row. Do. Just claim your Devstream drops, now it's worth it. Heck yeah. We love Devstream drops. Hey, Erzman, how you doing? Should you stick on relics for prime access? You don't need to worry about relics for prime access yet. I mean, you can start stockpiling void traces, which you get by doing relic missions. But the more important thing is to getting up to and done the Jade Shadows quest. Figured out you can get both Sirius and Orion color palettes. Yes, you can. I'll be making a short on all the free stuff that's in the game right now. There is a lot of free stuff coming up. The Pride stuff, of course, which I haven't picked up yet. I thought that it was under the community event. You can get yourself some cool Pride stuff. Is I already got one of those. You get the Pride color palette. Get a whole bunch of free stuff there. Serious Riding color palettes eating good. Yep. Yep. It's Gosh Batman. How you doing? Don't really want to do this quest on the Dreadlock Protocol. If you can, I would probably just say keep working on the main story quest for now. Got home from work? Nice. Hopefully work was not too bad for you today. I always forget to do these every day, and I need to do them because we're using these for to try to help get some of those mutagen samples. All right, anybody want to join me for dailies today? Red Veil, New Loca. You're down for Red Veil, New Loca, Erzman? Alrighty. Erzman, Cardi, you are here. Okay, there we go. A real human being, tier 1 for 7 months. Thank you so much, Bean. Appreciate the heck out of you. This is for reputation for Red Veil and New Loca. So King Chills, if you're pledged to either of those groups, I'd be happy to bring you. People spamming Clem, waiting for the Devstream to start yesterday. Yeah, that's normal. Not very talkative today. That's all good. Don't worry about it. It's all chill. Depression bad. I hear you. I hear you. Commander Knight, you're on deck if King Chills is not on these ones here. Thanks very much for the hype train, everybody. You have all 6 on. Okay, when you click here in your navigation, does it say that you have Red Veil dailies? Thanks very much for the hype train, everybody. If you want in on the hype train, help support the community, all that jazz. Twitch sub, biddies, sound alerts, gifted subs, Amazon Prime subs. No? Okay, so we won't be able to get you for this, but we will do something with you today. So, patience, please. And we will get you in for something later. Pledge New Local, but you have different missions? Yeah, you might just be at a different rep rank than us. You're only rank 4? Yeah, that's probably the reason why. Okay, let's go do a survival. Doing Strange Dreams? What is Prime Access? So that's, Prime Access is when a new Prime Warframe comes out. It also comes with a Prime Access. And what it is like, you can actually see the current Prime Access, which is Varuna Prime, inside of the market terminal. So you can just get an idea. It comes with the Warframe, the new Prime Warframe, the new Prime weapons, the prime accessories. So those are fashion cosmetics, boosters, and platinum. So if you have the money and you want to support the devs, that's a great way to do it. But of course you can farm everything except for the cosmetics in game. Not Cat, how you doing? Welcome on in. Just finished your lunch after farming temple with some of our community peeps. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Love to hear that. We do love temple and we do love people doing the stuff. You're not buying that, you go broke, that's totally okay. You don't need to buy it, right? It's just there for if you want to. Hey, Mustard, what's up, Zenos? Love your YouTube content. Thought you finally just stop on by. Well, welcome on in. Hope you're having yourself a good Saturday afternoon. Or whatever time zone you're in. Saturday something. Alrighty. Any candies around here? Hey, this is Iron. How you doing? Does the Void give every type of relic? Not every single relic. Certain relics will be in certain different areas. I do have a short on the channel going over general spots where you can farm relics. Lith relics, our good spot is Hepit in the Void. Meso relics and Neo relics, Uko in the Void, and Apollo relic or Axie relics are later on in the game. Sort of a good spot for that is the Lua destruction mission called Apollo, but that might be a little bit further than what you're ready to do just yet. But there are some pretty decent spots for it. You can find the short how to farm the relics there. Old Depression kicking your butt today? Yeah, it's kind of doing that for me too, but you know how it is. Hey Paint, how you doing? Hey Headless, welcome back. And good to see you again, Wild Frost. Difference between Equinox and the new frame, if you watch the dev short, or if you watch the dev stream, you will see the difference. Do you have room when you do New Loca? I think everybody in the squad here is for New Loca, Nile. I think so. The Pride color palettes? Yeah, they're super nice. I love the Pride color palettes. They've got some really good ones. Don't forget that you can also get free color palettes on the website right now too. You can get them just by logging in, going to the Jade Shadows page, and then clicking the Sirius and Orion tabs up at the top. And I think you need to have Jade Shadows done to get those color palettes. Feels like home? Heck yeah. Welcome on in. What you up to? How was your day? Now, we just need to find more speed up keys. And the last few candies in here. Yeah. Da, 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 da. That's where the extract is. Thanks, Cardi. Currently 3 a.m. Dang. Well, hope you get some sleep. But welcome on in until you do. I got problems sleeping too, so I know how it is. Some days it's like, brain don't wanna do this sleepy sleep. Thanks very much, Bean and Grin there for the subs. Appreciate you both. And we'll get that hype train another time. Another time. Off we go. Hey, do you got a candy up here? Nope. No candy up here today. I think we're still missing Uno Mass, or am I losing my mind? I'm just losing my mind. I'm just losing my mind as usual. Still got 2 minutes on your air support? Yeah, I'm gonna wander over and pop my air support over here so we can see if we can find ourselves another one of those speed ups. Whee! What deluxe should you buy? Do you have the Nezha one yet? Do you have the Nidus one yet? Do you need to save up for the Proto Frames or the Dante Deluxe? Those are all some pretty good options. The Banshee Deluxe is really nice. I like that one. It's very pretty. And Mirage has got some pretty cool skins too. I know you like playing Mirage. Not a big fan of the Hildren Deluxe personally, but it's also there. Now, if I were a speed up tool, where would I be spawning when this life support spawns? Love Banshee's Void Shell. Oh yeah, the Void Shell skins are really good too. Those ones are great. Mermaid Hildren looks fire. It's just not for me. Lavos Deluxe. Ooh, Lavos Deluxe is also really nice, yeah. We got so many good Lavos Deluxe now. You don't like most of the skins in the game? Many of them are very busy. Yeah, I like to just sort of use them as like a start point for fashion. Zephyr Deluxe, you're saving up for Garuda Protoframe? Ooh. Yes, Garuda. Most Warframes are pretty good. Yeah, most of them are pretty solid. Although I do love the Deluxes, just adding on something interesting. Usually I don't put like attachments on my frames fashions. I like to keep it a little bit more simplistic, and the Deluxe skins obviously give so much to the fashion on its own, so I usually don't use much accessories on my fashions these days. I knew there was one hiding in here. I knew it. I could smells it. Why would you tell me to go this way when the door right... Okay. Alright, waypoints. Alright. Alright. Whee! Hey. Rude. Hey, let go of me. Let go. Warframe you do chokehold. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Welcome to Warframe. It just gets you. Unfortunately, Banshee Prime necessitates attachments. She's not using her Prime skin. Her shoulders have bugged armor placement and clip default. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. I did not know that. Deluxe skins are good for adding a metallic texture. I mean, the deluxe skins are nice just for like adding some fashion to it. Just like adding, like bringing some new life to some of the Warframe's fashions. It's really, really nice. Your temple farm was more a relic and pity point farm, but at least we got 2 sets. Hey, you know what? Still get the mission done. Doesn't matter how you get the mission done, right? Task successful. That's all that matters. Y'all get? Yes, it did. They're really cool color palettes, actually. I really like them. They're very nice. Do you think the new frame will be OP? I mean, everything in the game is OP at a certain point. It's kind of what Warframe does. I think that the new frame will be really, really good, yeah. It's going to be very chaotic playstyle, which I think a lot of people aren't going to enjoy, but I think it's a playstyle I'm going to really, really love. When I took a look, when I was watching the Devstream, I'm like, oh, okay, this is definitely one of my type of frames. Kind of digging the Gara Deluxe. I forget what one that one is. You should grab it then. You reckon the new frame will have a higher skill gap? Oh yeah, definitely, because you have to like keep track. You have 2 frames worth of buffs. You have 2 frames worth of abilities, except for the 4th, which is a shared ability. They're going to be, and then also on top of that, you have, you know, 2 builds for a single loadout, right? 2 Warframe builds that you have to do. I'm also interested in how Affinity is going to work for that. Is Affinity going to go for both of them, or is the Affinity only going to go for one of them? Revenant mains are struggling? No, they aren't. The only thing they're struggling is to open up the new glue container to eat. They dip their paint chips in it. I'm joking. If you like Revenant, you like Revenant. Do you know Sirius and Orion will share the weapon loadout? Yeah, we do, but I have a theory with the reason why they couldn't show off the weapons. Because my current bet is that the weapons are going to have a unique trait that allows you to switch to the, like, so Pride and Wrath are the 2 weapons. Pride is for one of the frames, Wrath is for the other. And I think that it's going to be one of those situations where when you switch to the other, it'll auto-equip their weapon if you have both. Like, if you own both and you've equipped one, it will switch to the other frame's melee weapon. Is my current guess. And, like, that might be the reason why they weren't able to show it off, but obviously we don't have any evidence on any of that. It's just a guess. But that's kind of my... That's my theory. That they'll be able to, like, swap weapon, like, the melee weapons will swap when you switch between the frames if you have one of them equipped. The helmets will make them OP? No, I don't think so. Actually, I think using a helmet is not going to be a smart idea for their loadouts, actually. New camera angles? Yeah, the new camera angles are actually going to be really solid. I'm really, really excited for that. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, see you in a second. Sebagoth and Saren Deluxe? Well, I would say Saren. I'm not a big fan of the Sebagoth Deluxe. Not that it's bad, it's just not for me. How dare you throw a cat at me? How dare. One of the things you're most excited about is being able to randomize individual color channels. That's actually legitimately something I'm extremely excited about. This patch is really, really interesting. There's going to be a lot of very interesting things, and we still don't know what Kome or Noko's augments are going to do, and we still don't know what the other two arcanes are going to be. Because we're getting 4 new arcanes. We saw one of the Warframe, and we saw the primary. There's another Warframe arcane, and there's another a secondary arcane that we haven't seen yet. Individual color channels, yeah, you'll be able to randomize individual color channels, and you'll also be able to swap just by dragging and dropping colors onto a different channel. So, like, if you got black in one slot, white in the other, you don't need to do the whole favorite dance with, like, favoriting, switching it over, favoriting, switching it over. You can just drag and drop it over top of the other one. What are color channels? Color channels, like, in your appearance tab. So, like, when you know, your primary, secondary, tertiary colors, accent colors, those are color channels. Hey, Amp, how you doing today? Just add a game mode, endless Warframe, but every 10 waves either buffs or nerfs you. That kind of exists already, but not for random color palettes. There's something called the Circuit, which you can, it's like a roguelite version of Warframe in the Devary sequence, Devary paradox, once you get there. Doing well. Discovered Urelli the last couple of days. Yo, Urelli's crazy, actually. Urelli's nuts. I love the circuit. I just get burned out on it. I just get really burned out on the circuit, so I don't play a lot of it now these days. But I actually really do love it. She feels like a water mag? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. She's gonna be crazy with a new arcane. Loyal Melarina builds are going to go nuts with a new arcane. Like, straight up. Because her Aqua Blades are going to activate the new arcane... What's the new Warframe arcane called? I forget what the new Warframe arcane is, but it sets your ability efficiency to 175 for Sculptor, thank you. To 175 for 12 seconds. And Loyal Melarina scales Pablo confirmed that her blades will count as objects on Twitter. Just started playing 3 days ago. Too late to the party? Nope. Nope. No, you are never too late to the party. Warframe is all about a fantastic game experience. There's not much FOMO in the game. It's really only just like little events that pop up, but like the Pride event that's happening right now, where you can get yourself some like cool color palettes and fashion stuff and decorations. But no, Warframe doesn't do FOMO. You're never late to the party at all. Tenno arrive precisely when they mean to. Hey Ollie, how you doing? It's probably the best it's ever been. No, Warframe is like it's I completely agree with that. Warframe is the best state that it's ever been in, and it keeps getting better. Warframe's done FOMO twice, technically once, but it was 2 instances at the same time. So technically once, but it was yeah, but they don't do FOMO anymore. No. Whee! Excal Prime? Oh yeah, I guess you can say Excal Prime was FOMO, but that was more like a Kickstarter thing than anything else. Hey, 2 Andromeda. Playing times differences, the FOMO means missing out on something for the moment. Yeah, see, FOMO, generally speaking to me, means that it's missing out forever. Like, that's the way I always think of FOMO, Link. Like, you don't have a chance to get it again type situation. Like, Warframe, you'll be able to get it again. It's just the question of when. Like, you'll be able to get the color palettes for the special events whenever a special event comes back. Like Halloween, Valentine's Day, etc., etc. Any big news from the Soulframe dev? The new weapon crafting system seems incredible. And I think it's going to be a really, really impressive thing for Soulframe. I'm really excited for it, actually. Did I get my 2 colors? Yep. Yep. Couple more FOMOs about the color palettes. They bring back the color palettes every once in a while, depending on which ones. Nightwave rotates stuff like color palettes frequently. Yeah, exactly. They come back every once in a while. I think there's like 1 or 2 color palettes that are no longer able to get because they've just done an updated version of the color palettes. Like the Pride color palette, there was an old Pride color palette that's no longer available, but that's because they expanded the color palette. What's the Switch moderator club? I have no idea. Yeah. Are you thinking of getting Ryoku or Vina for your Railjack? I think we're able to get both, so I'll just get both. You got sent via Twitch? Yeah, I have no idea what that's about. No clue. Gotta go to Google. No idea. Any starting tips for a player who got close to unlocking Steel Path but took a year-long break? Do your story quests. Death Taco. Do the story quests. Work on the star chart. Don't worry about the Steel Path yet. The biggest thing that I would say is like do your story quests. Get those done. That will help you get caught back up to everything. And depending on, you said a year-long break, if you didn't do arbitrations, do those, because there's lots of good end game mods in there that are very useful for the Steel Path. So yeah, but I would just say make sure that you're taking it slow. Ooh. I am very excited for Steel Path Railjack. Help you with neural sensors and relics? Yeah, we'll be doing some stuff later on with you, King Chills. But if anyone wants to help do some stuff, that's loud. Yeah, it's a little loud. I don't know why it's that loud. But Death Taco, if you have any like specific questions, I'm more than happy to give you a hand. King Chills is looking for some people to do either relic farming or neural sensor farming. If anybody who wants to do that. Excited so you can get Steel Essence for the Void Storm, 2 birds, 1 stone. Yeah, I'm actually really excited about that. Based on what they were saying, it sounds kind of like that's going to be tentatively, potentially, the outrageously good Steel Essence farm. Because it said the Acolytes aren't going to be showing up, but Eximus units can drop them. Is what they're saying in the dev stream. So that's going to be silly if that's the case. really, really silly amounts of steel essences, potentially. Currently farming for bite, and you're currently enjoying it. You might be the only person who enjoys farming for bite. It's a little bit rough. Xmas is even vaguely good, then it's easily going to be the best. Yeah, it's kind of like, it depends on the values, right? The other thing that'll be interesting is if mod drop chance boosters increase it. Right? Because will the steel path, or will like drop chance boosters or mod drop chance boosters affect it? So will the steel path modifier affect it? Will boosters affect it? Lots and lots of questions to be answered eventually. Hey, Sci-Fi, how you doing? You got bite on accident without trying, was just playing random mission and you got it? Yeah, that's kind of how I got mine too. It was like, surprise, here's a bite. Surprise, here's a hammer shot. I was like, oh, all right. I won't say no. How's my day? Well, my day's just kind of getting started. How's yours? You transmuted for your bite? Nice. Doing good. Snagged a new job that you're prepping for. Congratulations. Daichi, was wondering what you assume null stars over. I believe that I put the subsume at the end of the short. Generally speaking, whenever I do a short on a Warframe build, I put the mods first, and then afterwards I do Arcanes, Helmet Slot, and Archon Shards at the end, after the mods. So you may just need to watch the rest of the short there. I didn't? It's over Well of Life then, if I did not. It is one of my older shorts, so there is a possibility that that happened. Let's just double check, just to be safe.
The second the
let's see. Yeah, you're right.
the second the rework.
Did I not say it at all in the short at all? No? Here, how about you let me scrub? Yeah, this is one of my older shorts, so it was one of those. But yeah, it's over the Well of Life. It's just unnecessary for the build. Or not as necessary for the build. What incarnate are you aiming for the most? Looking at the Desreza? The Ballistica. I want to see the... I'm really, really interested in what the Ballistica Prime is going to do with its unique trait with the incarnate. Do we need... No. The relics for the new stuff will not be available until the patch, so stocking up is not going to help you. You can stock up on, like, Reputation, which allows you to buy relic packs. You can stock up on, like, Void Traces, so that you can increase the level of the relics. But you stocking up on relics now will not necessarily help you. Because the relics are not available until the frame is added into the game, and the frame won't be added into the game until June 17th when the patch launches. Hey Trickster, thanks for the 23 from you. Is it true that we're getting free Dante? Yeah, for watching the Summer Game Fest on June the 5th for 30 minutes as a Twitch drop. Excited for the Destreza and the Obex? Yeah, I mean, I'm just excited for all of it. Summon an Incarnate Pistol, you fire with heavy attacks. I feel like that might be a little bit, maybe a hopium, but you know what? I'd be down for it. Sparring follow through isn't all that special. The stance doesn't hit that many enemies. Yeah, but it's the 90% follow through, and then you can like beefcake the range. And we also don't know what the incarnate evolutions are going to do, because there are some incarnate evolutions that give you range. So that could be a thing there. We'll have to see, obviously, once it comes out. You're down for Dante? I always wanted to try him. Yeah, Dante is a crazy good frame. Crazy good. What do you think about the twins? They are going to be probably the most hectic playstyle, and I'm here for it. I love like high APM. I love like high caster frames where you're constantly doing something with your abilities. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to be like in game. Obviously, we saw a little bit yesterday, but I always kind of reserve my opinion until I get it in my hands. Imagine we get Zoro style slash mark with the Desreza. That'd be kind of funny. I'll be down for that. Hey, Tal. The Vex is super interesting. The thing that you know what, sci-fi. The first thing I thought when I saw the Vectus Incarnate was, the new primary arcane, primary compression. Because if that's multiplicative damage, and if it gets multiplicative damage from galvanized shot, or galvanized aptitude, because it seems to be a projectile, that thing could be crazy. Right? Like, that thing could be actually nutty. Okay, let me switch over to my Nova. There we go. Your first thought was the Shadow. Yeah, Shadow is another good one. There's so many. The Grattler, yeah, the Grattler. Brozan was talking about the Grattler potentially being a really interesting one for that as well, the Kuva Grattler. Yeah, the 5th of June for the free Dante skin. Hey, Silly, how you been? Been a while. Good to see you again. That'd be nice. Yeah, it could be like the other one that I was thinking of was the Starta. Because the Starta already gets multiplicative from galvanized aptitude. So like that thing could just be a one-shotting behemoth damage cap nightmare. Got your first Kuva Lich in 30 years, but Warframe's only been around for like 14. 13. Save the Shadow and the day is yours. I mean, that would be pretty good. Also, what will count as a summoned object? Pablo posted up on Twitter a little bit of the information of what some of them are going to be counting, but so you can go check out his thing over on Twitter. But it's a lot more than people think it is. Like, for instance, Ureli's Aqua Blades count. So, Loyal Melarina builds just got fucking nuts. Congratulations, here's your 175% efficiency so that your stupid skateboard spits bubbles at people that's multiplicative with both viral and their own and Ureli's own bubbles. You're hoping that they don't exclude Limbo's Cataclysm? They said Frost bubble counts. Pablo said Frost bubble counts. So maybe? It's not like outside of the realm of possibilities. Vobin stuff, if once we're done here, if someone wants to remind me, I'll pull up the tweet and we can just take a look at it. But it's like a lot of stuff. It's Vobin stuff, like all of Vobin stuff, Noko. I think they said Korra, Ureli's Aqua Blades. There's a lot. Dagat's Weird Size, yeah, that was another one that I'm wondering about if Dagat's Weird Size would technically count. All 4 of the abilities, yeah, and Pablo also did say that it's going to be refreshable too. So, Nova's Portal is going to count for it. Just sort of like remembering some of the things that I remember seeing in the tweet. Drozen, 12 months, tier 1, thank you so much. Heck yeah. How you been? Dagath Horse Spam, yeah, Dagath Horse Spam could be another one. That's crazy good. Yeah, it's going to be really insane because we have so many ways to get energy now these days that like we don't really ever need to think about efficiency, but now we really don't have to care about efficiency. Gyre Bubble, yeah, we'll pull it up just for everybody to see. I think actually I grabbed a screenshot of it for the thing. Here we are. Atlas's Wall, Sights Ammo, Foley's Summons, Frost Globe, Gara Vitrify, Ivara Bubble and Zipline, Mirage Disco Ball, Nova Portal are some of the ones there. So we got a lot of them. It's gonna be a pretty crazy arcane. You know what I wonder? Is that gonna work for Equinox's duality augment? Actually, that's a kind of a thought. Do you think Equinox's duality augment summoning the clone that lasts for a short period of time will count? Does Treza Ballistica, Stug, Vectis, and Obex are the incarnates. Sight's ammo surprises you? I mean, it's summoning something that goes on the ground. Yeah. It's nice to have an option. 4 mods, Arcane's companions to get our energy. Yeah, exactly. Bit late making food. Ooh, what'd you make it? Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community. Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo, YouTube membership, YouTube Premium. Otherwise, so tight, Caesar. Bye. Bah. There we go, nice and easy. We love the defenses. Crazy if it works on Lavos' third ability? Yeah, actually that could be really interesting. Where are we going? Excavation. Zaku. An arcane that you've had increases your health regen based on your current energy. Yeah, that would be really cool, especially for persistent stuff. Is Gara a good frame? Yeah, she's crazy. She's really, really good. Broche burger buns with some pizza topping. You'll throw a pic in the food channel. Ooh. Ooh, candy right there. Whee! Off we go. What are we doing today? What shall we do today? What shall we do? I just unlocked a core memory for like a bunch of millennials. You've been a moderator for 18 months? Time to end it. I'm kidding. 18 months? Holy crap, Sophia. Thank you so much for all your hard work over the past 18 months. That's crazy. Can we get an 07 in the chat for the mods? They're pretty dang good. They make my life so much easier. Could not be doing what I do without them. That is for certain. That's actually kind of cool that they're doing that. I like that they're doing that sort of as a little appreciation thing. That's kind of cool. Energy. Nothing there. Oh, I just missed all that energy. Nah, we're fine. Heh. We're good. Are you a candy? You are a candy. We love love candies. Got Trinity the other day and you love her? She's a lot of fun. Yeah, Trinity is really silly good. She does some really funny things. How tanky do you want to be? Yes. Oh, okay. I would like to be yes tanky, please. You listen to Baby Metal? Yeah, I love Baby Metal. It's freaking goated. I love Baby Metal. Unironically, completely serial. There's something just kind of really funny about like a Japanese idol band doing metal music. It's just kind of a vibe. What's the worst deluxe skin you should buy? Octavia. You're sick of using the Boltar? Then use someone else. You are allowed to. Legally, you're encouraged, in fact. Wait for the Baruch one? No. The Baruch one does look a little bit weird. Yeah, the Octavia Deluxe I really don't like. It's just, I don't like the skins that are just all metallic. That's it. They just, I don't know, there's something about them. Like, I don't like the Octavia one that's all metallic. I don't like the... You hit partner plus level 1 today, actually? For the month? Wait, did I actually? Oh, shit. Rue, say the line. You doubted me? I doubted everything, man. It's been like 4 months. That's so hype. Can we get 5 gifted? There we go. Rue got it. Rue knows the line. 6 points over? Hell yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. I actually didn't think we were going to hit it. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. That's actually like a really big thing for the channel. It essentially is a raise for me. No. Don't ever pressure people to gift subs, peeps. That's not okay. That is not okay. Even if it's a joke, still not okay because we don't know people's situations. Thanks everyone for helping this guy. It's true. You guys all, well, not just guys, obviously, but I'm still trying to get that vernacular out of my life. But seriously, thank you everybody. That's insane. Now we just gotta do it for 2 more months. You're joking? No, I know, Voyage. I know. It's more of like, you know me. You're not in trouble. It's just more of, I want to make sure that people understand where the line is all. That's all. I know you meant no harm. Yo, Rainy, how you doing? Halted excavator needs power cells. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. No, I figured Ollie knows what's up. It was just more of a, like, you know me. Just want to make sure that everybody's all good. Me, the anxious one, worrying about everybody? No, never. Never in my life. Miss Puff from SpongeBob? What? What are you going on about? Hey, Ree, 5 stream streak, I get. Chat, when can we heckle the streamer for his outdated information? What outdated information? What's outdated? I'm confused. Huh? Did I screw up the dev short again? Oh, man. As soon as you said you're doing well, your power went out. Oh, my lord. Don't worry, it's a joke. I figured as much. The outdated information is outdated? Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. The stream is lying to you? It's true. I now have... Oh! Rue, you're a tech head like me. Because they're doing... And, like, I asked Zach... Zach was hanging out here yesterday. I was like, hey, Zach, do we know what version of FSR they're doing? And apparently it's FSR 3.1.4, so that should allow 90 series graphics cards to push up to FSR 4. That is really cool. I'm really excited for that. Finally, did something you want to do for 8 years in Warframe. Nice, what'd you do? Speaking of outdated things, LR pushback, 5 years, 5 years? 5 months, 5 months, 9 days. 9 days. No. You saw my VOD? What about the... Was it the daddy thing? Is that what you saw? Oh, it's a spy. Don't forget, peeps, if you're in here... Oh, the Windows thing? Oh my... Thankfully, Mustard came in, swooped in like a hero, and showed me where to turn off. Mustard came in strong with that one. Shout out to Mustard. Showed me where to turn that off. Now it's hard to not use them. Lloyd, honestly, me too. Swooped in like a hawk. You know what? You can have a free hawk Tua today, Mustard. You get 1 bonus free hawk Tua. What weapons on MR5 that can use like a nuke? It's MR5. What? Why are you worried about nuking at MR5? I don't think so. I don't think there's like any AoE weapons at MR5. You love free stuff? I love you loving free stuff. It's what you have to do at work since we have to use Windows. What? Oh, is it just like task tracking software stuff? Almost got your duck account for what you want for borrow. A year mod chance boosters. Ooh, tasty. There's the Penta. Is the Penta an MR5? Fancy zones? Word. Word. Technically, Kuvaton core should be accessible at MR5. I mean, yeah, the Kuvaton core, like anything that's a Kuva or a Tenant boss weapon, will do it, obviously. But they don't want nuke frames, but they want nuke weapons. I mean, any of the adversary weapons that are AoEs, Tonkor, Brahma, Czar, what's the... No, yeah, the Kuvaton core, if you get them from the bosses, it ignores the mastery rank requirement. Because it goes straight into your inventory. Which Senate weapon should you grab? You want another, but you don't know which? Have you gotten the Envoy? They struggle with killing level 30s, then the problem more is their, like, build-outs. Issue with the Kodas? Yeah, it's only the issue with the Kodas and the weapons that you can get from Ergoglast. Because buying it from the shop requires the mastery rank. But for the ones that you get from the boss fight, like the boss itself is, there. Archer Galaxian. Oh, do you have the Ferox yet, Alpha? The Tenant Ferox, by the way, is going to do some silly things. It's going to do some really silly things. Because we, of course, have Steinak's spear gun meta himself coming. So, you know, that's a fun one. Hey, Def, welcome back. How you doing? Thought it wouldn't let you claim from the Foundry. I believe that you're still able to. At least according to the wiki, that's the case, and to the best of my recollection. Ferox is how you spell it. Yeah, the the other thing that I wonder if they're going to get around to fixing is the Opticore being a spear gun. Because for some reason, the Opticore is coded as a spear gun. What kind of ribbon do you want for the Strun? Honestly, like status chance, multi-shot, fire rate, not fire rate, crit chance, crit damage, element, anything in that area. It's one of those weapons that's really, really good. What primes after Styanax? Theoretically, it should be Citrine. The Opticore is a spear gun? Allegedly. Sorry, not allegedly. Yes. Yeah, theoretically, the next prime after Styanax should be either Citrine or should be either Citrine or Kulovo. Or whatever DE decides to release. Also that. DE also does, you know, they just like mixing it up every once in a while, keeping us on our toes. Over Kulovo yourself? I think it's probably not going to be. Well, it's, you gotta remember that that's technically not the order alpha. Regular Warframes are typically mask, fem. Primes are typically the original release order. So it's not specifically for primes, mask, fem. It is original release order specifically, which does make a difference with a few cases. Does make a difference for a few cases. Because, like, for instance, Caliban interrupted the mask, fem. Other frames have as well, just over the years. So, a little bit here, there, a little bit there. Okay, we're good. So it's like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like the community says that it's mask, fem for primes, but it's kind of not, because it just follows the original release order. But that's like a very common thing that people mix up. But also it's Digital Extremes, they switch it up, you know, every once in a while. Send over some fashions if you get the chance. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at some stuff here. Whee! Whee! Ufre, Vincubus. Point strike. Okay, so this is a relatively beginner build. Dexterity, shred, acuity, argon scope. Yeah, so if you're good at landing headshots, this is a really good build. Because acuity, this thing can do some really funny things. I would maybe say not using radiation. I would switch this out for magnetic, personally. Just magnetic in general is just more useful than radiation, so I'd personally swap this out for the magnetic mod. But everything else here looks fine. That's the only thing I would say. Hell takes Aaron? Yeah, if you want to send it over, we'll take a look. What do you got here? Electricity, gas, melee influence. So galvanized steel, when you can. If you don't have it yet, you'll be fine. Some attack speed on here would do really well. Like I would drop drifting contact for some attack speed of some variety. And then what you can do is put the dexterity arcanes on your primary or secondary. Don't know what my username is. Same as the stream. Zenosfire. Same as the channel name. So the only thing I would say here is get some attack speed. Afflictions goes really well on here too if you don't want to do influence, just as a heads up. Nyx Prime. Ooh, pretty. You get your point, but all primes until Zaku has been mask, fem, regular release order. Yeah, it's not necessarily, because there has been a few things that have been mixed up over the years. Let me just see. Warframe release order. So, primes. So we had you know, break up here. We had a break up here. We had otherwise male, female going down, right? And if we go to the originals, have typically been male, female, but for instance here, a little bit of a mix up here. Also, why is it female? Hold on. Is that how you spell it? Am I losing my mind? That is how you spell it. I'm just having a dyslexic moment, don't mind me. But like, it's not, you know, the originals are not necessarily the same either. Actually, you know what, you're right. Let's go back down here. Yeah, you're right. I got that mixed up. Yeah. Did they go back to, yeah, they went back to male, female as we went on. But for instance, like Degath interrupted it, Citrine, but I think this, and then like there's a few mix-ups here as well, right? few mix-ups in here for the original order. Yeah, no, you're right. I've been wrong about that this whole time, as per usual. I'm always wrong. Ooh, Frey, what you got? Ooh, pretty. That's really, really pretty next, actually. I really like that. That's cute. Infernus, Mesa. Ooh, I like that. I like sort of the red on the sort of pinky red there. Cora. Ooh, very pretty too. I like. Jade. Oh, it's kind of cool color palette. Nice. Really got into layering the visor signal into the helmets. Yeah, a lot of people are doing that, which looks really good. Ooh, that's cute. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the black and red Infernus, but that's a me thing. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody, and then we'll keep taking a look at people's stuff. You know the deal, we gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. See you in a second. All primes until that have been male, female, but the original is weird. If you go back to... Yeah, I mean, who knows anymore? Warframe's just kind of doing their thing. They'll do it when they get to it. At the end of the day, Warframes are coming. I enjoy Warframes. That's what matters to me. More cool stuff. Technically, it's a really dark, pale green. Look Link. Look Link does Look Link things. Look Link doing Look Link things. Just wait for the ad break to be over and we'll keep going here. Coffee. You're gonna head out, focus on killing your sister. Your sister Parvos, right? Right? Is Sestra better than the Boltor? It's different than the Boltor. Things that are higher mastery rank, real king chills, are generally speaking, generally going to be better than lower mastery rank, especially in the early game. Octavia. Yeah, this is one of the few times that this skin actually looks good to me. I've never really been a big fan of the Octavia Deluxe. But this is actually... If this was me, I think I would make some of these darker panels a little bit darker, but... As always, be using the Eye of the Beholder. Saren, Catalyzing Shields, you don't need Rolling Guard. The reason why you don't need Rolling Guard is Molt is a status cleanse. Rolling Guard you're typically using for the status cleanse more than the vulnerability, so you don't necessarily need Rolling Guard here if you don't want to. So you go into higher strength here. You are playing more of a weapon platform, so I'd also say you don't need Cunning Drift here. I'd probably go into Power Drift for more strength. It's for energy reasons, pure comfort, and if that's the case, absolutely, I hear you. Always do things that make you happy. But otherwise, this all looks good, yeah. Yep, that all looks good to me. Nothing really to say here. Except for Cunning Drift, I would probably drop Cunning Drift for more power strength, because you just kind of want power strength on this build more than anything. You don't really need the range. But the rest of that looks good. Saren Prime. Ooh, beautiful fashion. Can I look at your bolter? Yep, I'll take a look at it when I get to it. Just send it on in. Saren, we saw that. Cora Prime. Pilfering Strangle Domes, this is more of a loot-based build. You're using Lycat's Hunt to give you energy / health, because equilibrium. Doing some pretty good range on here. I would probably, if you're not using a secondary weapon, you're using Accumulating Whipclaw, I would probably drop Augur Reach for Archon Stretch. And then put some Augur mods on your pistols. That's what I would do personally, but I mean, if you don't want to be that nitty gritty, it's perfectly fine what you have here. Catalyzing Shield, Rolling Guard, the classic combo for her is really, really strong because you're constantly spamming your first ability. And then when you want to drop Pilfering Strangle Dome to go into like actual, like non-farming missions, that's probably where I would replace in Archon Stretch. Otherwise, this all looks good, yeah. Concentration for more duration, so just lock into, I assume, Strangle Dome. I don't know if I would use Concentration, but I sort of get it if you want a little bit more there. can you get advice on your chroma fashion? Yeah, send it in, just as usual. Oh, that's really pretty. I like that. I like that a lot. Love the teal. Dual Coda Toxica. Replace Auger Pact with... Replace Auger Pact with Merciless Gunfight or Magnetic Might. Either one. You will get more damage out of either Merciless Gunfight or Magnetic Might. You'll get the most damage out of Magnetic Might. Although I would put on Merciless Gunfight because having some punch through is very nice. Anytime that you can get punched through on a single target weapon is always going to be a good time. I would also recommend the Progenitor element that you're using to be, if you're not using Magnetic Might, to make your Progenitor element be magnetic so that you get another 120% damage from here. So that's the only thing. I would swap this out for Merciless Gunfight if you have it. You can get it from Holvania. It's a random enemy drop. Gives you punch through, gives you critical damage. Both of those things are good for that weapon because you're using Enervate. Okay, you know what? I don't like black and red, but that actually does look really good. That does look really good. Katana. Sorry, wrong build. Never mind, right build. Okay. Persistence, Energize, Gloom. One thing I would say is I wouldn't put it over the 2. I wouldn't put it over the 2 here. The reason why is the 2 is a status cleanse, so that will protect you. Unless you're bringing like a worm, I wouldn't put it over the 2. Also, having this high of range with Gloom is a little bit spicy. You might want to drop this, drop your range back a little bit. Just sort of a thought there for you. Just because your energy consumption becomes a problem at some point. But the reason why you want to keep the 2... Oh, you are bringing the worm? Okay, so for everybody else, Molt is a status cleanse, Arcane Persistence gets shut down, and certain status effects bypass persistence. Magnetic Heat, Corrosive, Slash all can cause problems for persistence frames. So that's why I'm saying to keep Molt, but if you're using the worm should be good enough for you. I would also not use this high of range on here personally. And I would say get some strength on here for the Venom Dose augment. But if you're playing more around the 4th ability, what you have here kind of makes sense. So you're kind of playing a caster weapon platform. You're watching on YouTube, Alpha. You can just rewind. Yeah, looks cool. The only thing I would have concerns there is your energy. You're not doing damage because you need to level up your mods. This is a really, really good mod. Level up this guy. If you're able to. Serration. Like, this is when you gotta start thinking about leveling up your mods. Like, these 2 here, especially. If this is what's, like, if you aren't doing damage, your problem is now here. It's like leveling these up. So, like, this guy, level this up. Like, you could, you know, switch this out for something else. Serration, if you're Shred, if you have it. Gave a split chamber because they didn't have it, yeah. The thing is also to remember is the Boltor is a really low MR weapon, so it might be time for you to change to a new weapon. Right? That's kind of the gameplay loop of Warframe. Mastery ranks on weapons will generally speaking, especially in the early game before you get to like Incarnans, will dictate the power of a frame. Season starter, yeah, but they're having problems with their build, so it's time to upgrade from here. Defiance, how you doing? So yeah, I would say maybe it's time to look at something else, weapons wise. Unless you want to throw Forma in this, and I wouldn't throw Forma into a normal Boltor. I would personally not recommend that. You're gonna lurk, Cardio? No worries, you enjoy your lurk. You're lurking, Ace? No worries, you enjoy your lurk. Drolt, what you got? Give the boy a treat? Sure. I'll be right back. You love getting a Tenant weapon? Hey, did you know that you can just leave them on the ground like Kuva, and you can go do other things? Like, you just leave them on the ground like a Kuva Lichling, and then you look at the weapon. If it's not a weapon that you care about, you can just wander off and it'll get put at the bottom of the list, so you don't have to keep hitting that weapon over and over again. Sleepy as hell and zombified. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're doing okay. That's really pretty. Really like this, actually. This looks nice. Lynn, your Excalibur. You know, it's just kind of annoying. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Not everybody knows about that, so I always like to double check. This looks really nice too. Again, not a big fan of these shoulder pads just because I find they bulk out frames too much, but I do like this look. It looks really nice. Shark cap. Ooh-ha. Ooh. Kind of Bloodborne-y vibes. Maybe it's just the hat and the bats. That looks nice. Merciless gunfight, good. Status chance, status 60-60 if you have the ability to. Damage, status chance, minus fire rate. Okay, the minus fire rate's really rough on here. Like, really, really rough. Like, I would say give up on viral, put magnetic might here instead, and like get lethal torrent. So the two most important stats for continuous fire weapons, such as chain beams here, is punch through and multi-shot. Multi-shot is multiplicative to both damage and status chance, so it's really good. Especially with something like this, having high fire rate would be really important. If you have secondary encumber, it could be kind of neat. Yeah, it's enervate build because it's the new core. I mean, the new core basically is always going to be an enervate build. The sweet delicious crit damage. Blast. Yeah, so I like this better. Like, I would drop this for lethal torrent, and I would make your progenitor magnetic. Run with the Furix and a companion mod most of the time. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, but I would drop this for lethal torrent. Believe it or not, lethal torrent might give you more damage than this. Right? Because it's 1.45, lethal torrent is 60. It's multiplicative to both status chance and damage. Because you're going into blast, you actually will probably get more damage out of lethal torrent here than you would with expel. Do you think we'll be doing relics today? Yeah, we'll be doing it. Just taking a look at people's stuff. Ooh, pretty chroma. So this is, assume, the chroma that you want some fashion device on. I assume this would be the chroma that you want fashion advice. I would try to bring pink into it somewhere. Right, so you got the pink in the energy channels on the legs and on the tail. Some armor pieces for the shoulders might be a good spot to look into to get some of that more pink in there, just to break up the white. That's probably what I would... Is my screen dying? Oh no, I can't afford a new screen. Oh no. So I would say like maybe some shoulder armors. I don't know what armor would look good, but I would say like a little bit of shoulder armor on here just to break up the white a little bit might look really good. But this looks really nice. I really like it actually. It's crisp, it's clean. It's clean, like there's not, it's not chaotic, you know what I mean? But you got the Araxia arms, so you'd have to lose the Araxia arms potentially in order to do that. So like maybe you don't want to do that. I think this looks really, really good. Maybe a Syandana. Like the dual Volpe Syandana, if you have that from Tenogen, that would look really good on here actually. But there is some really, really good Syandanas. Maybe that's what it needs, is just like a clean Syandana on the back just to bring more color up into the top of the frame. Because it looks a little bottom heavy with colors, you know what I mean? Hey Peppo, how you doing? Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal, we gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to accept Twitch Turbo, otherwise sit tight. See you in a second. I'm just gonna throw up the BRB screen because I'm gonna go feed my cat and stretch my back out. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Shosh, thanks for the follow. What's it? What am I thinking for this guy? Yeah, I'm thinking another V. Give the Stug a nutter. I don't think any of the others I need anything on, so we're good there. Do I need to do anything for Stynex? No. Do I need anything for Garuda? No. Yep. You can also just type IGN, and the nice bot will summon you it. Toxic Snutter. Separate statuses? Yep. Toxica. The second build there has that. And it's not it's not as a separate status. It counts as weapon hit, so secondary encumber, like you're right, but technically wrong. Just like clarify the information there for you. It's technically speaking the counts as weapon hits from the unique trait, which goes there. All right. Who wants to join me for Conjunction Survival Steel Path? And then we'll do a normal run for you, King Chills. Voyage. Riaz. One more. Anybody else want to join? Shem, what's your in-game name? There we go. Link will grab you for another run later on. We're full up here. Do anyone need specific relics here? Shem, Voyage, Riaz, anything specific? Ooh. 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 Not really? Shem, you need anything? I know Voyage is just like farming stuff for stuff's sake. You're fine with whatever? Perfect. Very excited for the Athodai Prime. I really hope they fix the Athodai's unique trait, so that it can reactivate the unique trait while it's active. Kind of like how the Nell works. I'd really, really like to see that. I think that would be good. Because that's really the thing holding that weapon back in my mind, is the unique trait not reactivating. Like, it's a very good weapon, and with its augment that it got a couple night waves ago. What do I do with ribbons I don't want? I transmute them and then roll again. Bought the Vectis Prime, 120 platinum, prices skyrocketed. Yep. Yep. That is going to be the case. Irrelevant, but the colors on your citrune's good. Thank you. That's not irrelevant at all. That's a compliment. Phil, compliments are never irrelevant as long as they're appropriate compliments. That's not irrelevant at all. That's just you being genuinely just chill. Thank you. Here in a squad with DE Emily. Hi, Emily. I don't know who DE Emily is, but hi, Emily. Agri Prime. Isn't the Agri technically a Coda weapon? Or like an adversary weapon? Like, wouldn't it go adversary? I actually don't know if it's... whatchamacallit. Decent room there. Who's better in my opinion, Citrine or Wisp? I find that I enjoy Citrine more. It's not to say that one's better or not, but I tend to enjoy Citrine more. Wasn't a big fan of the abilities of the new frame. Honestly, I think the abilities of the new frame are really good. And just sort of the synergy between the two frames is kind of what I'm the most excited for. Voyage. Voyage. I'm just seeing if we can find a better room than that one there, squad. But if not, we'll just go to the room that I have waypointed. Okay, let's go to that one. Can you guys link me? I'm wandering over. I'm wandering back. Head to the waypoint room here. Check abilities real quick. Yeah. Kuva Agri. Yeah. So I thought that it was more of a not 10-0 weapon, right? Because primes are typically 10-0 weapons. New frames you can play as support or DPS. I think it's kind of a column A, column B, a little bit of both. The versatility of the twins is going to be actually bonkers. Like, really incredibly strong. Hey, look! I'm a rhino now! Whee! I got rhino powers! Whee! Let me pop that, see if we can see one of these speed up. Oh, they're in the other room. They're not going to be showing up here. Right. Yeah, the twins, I really feel like they're a frame that I'm going to really love. The complexity of switching between the two, nah, this is kind of the better room that I've found so far. I'm just waiting for us to get all reactant before we shift. Before we go searching. Okay, there is 10 reactant in the field somewhere, so I'll just wait for y'all to get your reactant and go from there. Duality is built in, is perpetually there. Yeah, it's not really, because I don't think duality clones will cast abilities, and we were seeing them cast abilities. So they're more like specters, but I don't, if I remember correctly, the duality clones don't cast. But I could be wrong on that. I haven't played the duality build in a long time. It actually used to be one of my favorite builds back in the day. Okay, there are 10 now. I'm gonna do a quick little wander to see if I can find us a better room. Not one in there. Is worth casting. They said that it would do more damage and higher crit chance the more things you have. So theoretically, yes, should be good. Okay, well, there's not a good room that way, at least. What about this way? Anything down here? Or did we get room F'd today? It feels like we might have gotten a little bit of room F'd. Oops. Screwed up my bullet jump there a bit. Okay, are we just actually room screwed? We're actually room screwed. Okay, cool. This is what we got. The ultimate, yeah, I think that the 4 is going to be really, really strong, actually. Because you can kind of direct the 4's AoE. Officially all done with Fieldrin, Detonate, Mutagen crafting. Heck yeah! It always feels good when that happens. 500% roar. Roar. Horror chassis blueprints I currently own? I don't know, actually. I get rid of them every once in a while. I clean out my stock. You have 1,000 power strength right now? What the hell? That's just so much. Surprisingly, I haven't picked up a horror chassis blueprint yet this run. Shockingly. Ooh, 575% roar. Fair and balanced. So much. They will find you, they always do. Oh no, not again. They're coming for me. Wrestling or football, and he chose wrestling. But you know, you feel like a part of you is missing. Do what makes you happy. Miniature black hole, you can eat rounds, bonker silly. Yeah, that's gonna be really interesting. I think just like the whole entire concept of the frames are very cool, right? Like I love synergistic builds, and like the whole entire kit is nothing I want a helmet over. It'll be interesting to see how the 4 functions, like just damage output wise and just sort of usability wise. It's kind of the only one that I'm the most like not necessarily concerned about, but interested in, I should say. Oh man, I can't jump today. There we go. Nope. Okay. Okay, whatever. Screw you. Oh, you're still alive. I see. Yeah, King Chills, like I said earlier. Okay, can you chill, bro? Thank you. Now die. Nice, is so fun. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for that retouch up that he's getting. It's gonna be really, really good, actually. It'll be a good time. Huh? Oh, you're right there. I sees. Hey Cobalt, how you doing today? Then buying Prism Shade before selling it for goes for 40 to 50 for a full set. Ooh, nice. How would helmets replace even work? The Warframe account was hanging out here yesterday. It'll just replace the ability on both frames. Which does lead me to have a few questions. Like, how's that gonna work with sand cats? Are we gonna get 10 sand cats? Because that could be hilarious. Are we gonna get 10 sand cats? Are we gonna get 4 Noko Bright Bonnets? Like, how is that gonna work? Sandcat Citrin's back? No, Sandcat, the Sirius and Orion. Citrine and Caster, weapon platforms or Caster? More weapon platform. Hey, movie, how you doing? Frame didn't even release and Zenos already doing a summoner build. I mean, we already saw also some of their stats. One of them is certainly, at least one of them is getting the persistence treatment. Potentially both, of course, because I have an addiction. Nash is one of the most well-rounded frames. It's the reason why he's one of my favorites. Well, he is my favorite. So you can remove the Spectre, you would have to remove 3 abilities, so you can't. It's the first, second, and third abilities will all do the swap. So you will not be able to remove the Spectre. You will always have your brother with you. Ryan seems more armor heavy, and so yep, that's what I saw in the Devstream as well. That's what I'm talking about. One's going to be a shield frame, the other one's going to be a health frame, which I'm totally okay with. Seems really cool, actually. Isn't that just going up to 500 stacks with the augment? Yeah, with the augment it's 500 stacks. Without the augment it's without the augment it's 200. And the stacks will be much easier and faster to generate as well, based off what we saw in the dev short a couple weeks back. It's gonna be real good. You see why this room is terrible? Yeah, but I mean, we don't really have a good room option this time. Hey, LTO, how you doing? What you up to? What you doing? Drink my water. Probably should. Hey, Alpine. Hope you're doing well. Other nerds? Hey, where you going? What's going on with that guy? Your larva is trying to eat a ghost. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Get out of here, demon. Transmutation probe will count it for the sculptor arcane. It would make sense. They did, Pablo did say a few of the things that we'll be counting. The sculptor arcane is, I think it's going to be going crazy on Ureli. Out of anyone. Good old Loyal Melarina shenanigans is gonna go really silly. Alright, King Chills, no worries. Is that one of the ones that's been confirmed? I know Pablo confirmed a few others in the replies on that situation. Okay, let's see if we get any more here. Hey Karuto, how you doing? It's supposed to spawn within 150 and it just don't wanna. Word. Doing great, how about me? Not too shabby, not too shabby. Stupid strength buff. I mean, it is Sevagoth. That is kind of what he does. Big old damage. Works on Proteas 1 and 2. You're replacing Dispensary. I would assume that it would work on 1 and 2, but I don't have any evidence of it yet. Slightly inconvenient of Lavos, the probe snapshots efficiency before the arcane activates. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Because it's supposed to be refreshable though, so I mean you can potentially just like chain it, but it maybe also his 3 or his 2 or 4 might also do it potentially. Thank you for the build videos on Instagram. Stolen many builds from there. Well, make sure to go check out my YouTube as well. I put out all my shorts over on YouTube, and I also do long format videos. I'll be doing a lot of long format videos in the coming weeks, especially with all the new stuff coming. Stupid freaking nullifiers. Atlas's Rubble, it's Atlas's 2 has been confirmed. Atlas's Wall. But I wonder if the Rumblers will count. Like, I wonder if summons are going to count for it. So, like, will Caliban and Araxia? Necros as well, obviously. Those are all ones that we gotta get more info on. This weapon looks juicy. Yeah, this is the Cedo. Sevagoth Shadow, yep, that's another one. Will Sevagoth Shadow count? There's so many potentials there. We got a lot of big potential with that arcane. The compression, I'm really interested. Citrine Crystal will count? Possibly, yeah. Guess how many stacks you got? 200. Sing and check the mixer. Okay, cool. Cool. It's a funny number. Is it 69? Ooh, steel essences. Is it 69,420? Feel like any minion stuff will not work at the arcane. Well, they did just say, Pablo said no about the shadow, so seems like probably not. 6-7, wee, 6-7. Yeah, why not? Different arcane minion, yeah, but it was kind of an interesting idea if maybe minions are the part of it. If minions would count as something you place. Why do you have that many kills? Because you're playing Sevagoth. Why are you asking silly questions? Ollie, thank you very much for the 6 gifted subs. Heck yeah. Thank you. If you got gifted sub, please make sure to say thank you, because that's the right thing to do. And Ollie for the 7. Oh, that's weird. And now you all get an ad break because of that. Thank you very much for the 6 and 7 gifted subs. That's actually hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Thank you very much, Ollie. Appreciate the heck out of you. Warframe players, when they can't type in daddy, it's true. I took a clip of the stream yesterday where I was like, hey, can we get it to say daddy? And then immediately after I said that, Meg was like, no, you can't. Blocked in game chat. It's not blocked in game chat, it's blocked in Twitch chat, because people are weird with it. So people like to say daddy at me, and I don't like that. So I had to block it because people wouldn't stop. It was all for Riaz. You're the best. Got a single ad? Yeah, sometimes it's me just telling Twitch how much they should run. Right? It's like, this window, you can run this many ads. And then they choose what they want to do. Shaform, thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. Should block it on YouTube? I think it is blocked on YouTube. And if it isn't, well, oh well. What can you do? Where are we at? Not a whole lot here. The stupid, we didn't find a single, like, well, we found one. We didn't find any others of those there. Necros reroll the chances of getting mods from enemy drops. It's all loot. I don't know if mods count as loot for it, though. The wiki will have all of that. I just can't remember off the top of my head. Hey, don't steal my weapon. No, it's not my weapon. Yeah, I see. I sees. Should be one drop table. Technically speaking, mods are on a different drop table. But Endo is on the same drop table as mods. So, and Necros does increase the likelihood of getting Endo. So theoretically, yes. It's because, right, think mod drop chance boosters and, mod drop chance boosters versus resource chance boosters, right? They're on technically different tables for that. Seen a lot of people claim the new frame is ever Equinox. What's my opinion on all that? Same as what Reb said in the Devstream. It's a different style of frame, right? They're trying to, like, it's split personality versus twins fighting together. So Necros work on thumpers. I don't know if Necros' ability works on bosses. I don't think loot boosts work on bosses like that. Anyone know if the offensive affects Noctua's final verse? The multi-shot buff? I mean, theoretically. If it's doing multi-shot stuff. If multi-shot works on it, then yes. Split personality versus brothers who are dicks to each other? Yeah, exactly. The fire rate? Theoretically, yeah, because it would be fire rate. Okay, head to extract, we're out of here. If Divine Spears counts, even then, like, efficiency is something I dump on Neja. Efficiency just is not something that's necessary on him because the amount of health orbs he can spawn through, Blazing Chakram. Isn't it technically the same person but different futures? Yeah, but I mean, we're just using the brothers for the example. Technically speaking, I think they would still count as brothers. They're just different timelines. They came from the same parents. Yeah. They came from the same parents. Do do do. Oh, eternalism and all that. Yeep. Now that said, I think that Equinox is actually a really strong frame right now. Could Equinox get some love? Absolutely. But people who are making that comparison, generally speaking, are just complaining for the sake of complaining. Just to be real. You know, it's the same whenever something else changes in the game. They're like, oh, why don't my cool thing get new cool thing? You know, it's the same as, like, I can't be happy for you because I can't be happy for you because I'm not getting the cool thing. It's be like, it's okay. You can still do the funny things with the Equinox. What do you think about Nidus linking? I mean, Nidus linking is always cool, dude. I love Nidus linking. It's baby Tenno time? I thought you said that you couldn't play. Did you lie to me? Oh, I've got way too many of the Luathrax prisms. How many am I sitting on? I've only got 2,800. Equinox is fine, but you have a tough time trying to make a build. Both forms work at the same build. This is a build I run. Equinox. That's not how you spell it. That build is for going back and forth. Like has Hunt work well on Atlas? Yeah, if you need energy. Generally speaking, you don't really need energy on Atlas. If you're using his augment, you end up getting stuff. I have something in my inbox. Voyage. A formal bundle. Thanks, Voyage. Relics. Relics. Not sure if you're doing something wrong. Yeah, I mean, send it over. You don't have to ask to send me builds. You can just send me builds. It's whether or not I'll get to them is the question. But you can always send them. Weapon. There we go. Oh, I should actually pick up some of these blueprints. We're gonna need some more of these for the next patch. Drink some water. Sure, I do like water. It's very tasty. The best platform right now? Anything that's to do with the new incarnates. Yeah. Duveri makes you actively, well, you should go seek some help. And you shouldn't make jokes like that around here. Riaz, Cannonade was lethal. Yeah, Cannonade does some really funny things. Cannonade was lethal? What do you mean Cannonade was lethal? Oh, Cannonade with lethal. What are you getting Cannonade with lethal? Huh? What are you talking about on here? Good chance multi-shot heat. Wrong config? Okay. Send it again. Start grinding on for the next update yet? I mean, there's not really anything to grind for it, right? Other than getting the weapons. Further down, that was the bottom one. So you're gonna have to resend whatever you were trying to send me. I clicked the bottom one. Thermal Sunder. Are you doing thermal transfer? Yep. Rolling guard, precision intensify, overextended, hot shot, concentration. So I assume you're just surviving through polarized shields. Shield generation with rolling guard. And then you're shoving precision intensify into thermal transfer so that you can do big damage with that. Arcane hot shot for the crit chance. Yeah, looks good. Nothing to say here. Looks good, looks good, as long as you're good with the survivability. Cernos, Twitch, the website. Specific build for the Cernos. Yeah, I can see what you're doing. Does this thing have forced impact at all, or are you just banking on the high status waiting for impact for internal bleeding? Multi-shot, crit chance, damage, nice. Fractalized reset, what's this one do again? Reload speed? Is reload speed gonna really help you with this? Because bows don't really have a reload speed. Missing split flights? Yeah, split flights is really good. I don't quite know why you have this on here. Oh, so you're gaining accuracy because you're using split flights. I see. Reload speed can spam LB for arrows. Yeah, I usually can just spam it as well for arrows, but I mean, if that works for you, I hear you. Maybe Merciless instead, though. It's got a really low reload speed. Maybe Merciless. Although you're going to be casting constantly, so the 240 is pretty solid. Ollie. Impetus, multi-augmented, roar over the 4. Hey, this looks almost like my build. This looks almost like my build. Nice. It looks good to me. What's your fashion like? Ooh, pretty. Time to grind out every Belly of the Beast item right now? Well, you got like 25 hours to do so. Well, actually, you got about 30 hours. That looks really nice. I do like. You did remind me, however, that I need to go do that myself. I would probably drop Merciless here because I think that it's all additive on here and you've just got a lot of additive damage between Cannonade, Galvanized Shot. So like I would maybe drop this for something else. You got heat on here. You could go into Cascade of Flare. Potentially. Or just, whatchamacallit? Fortifier. But I feel like you probably don't need secondary Merciless. Although you might be doing it just for the reload speed, which I get. Cool. Cyto 9, rolling guard, no helmet, crepuscular concentration, so you can lock in more duration into your invis. Streamline for a little bit of efficiency. Yeah, I would say more strength or range on here for your last mod slot. The reason why is if I remember correctly, range increases the ricochet range, so it just hits more enemies. And you can have Archon Stretch activate because it's a per shot drain, not a constant energy drain per second. So Archon Stretch could be good here. And then it also gives you some passive energy, and a companion can activate it for you. If but Neutralizer will also activate it if you go electricity with resupply or put electricity on it. So I would say Archon Stretch here, personally. Otherwise, all looks good. threw stuff together. Never did an acuity build. Yeah, I prefer multi-shot just in general, but what you have here is pretty solid. Aki-core build is a strong status weapon. It's more of a crit weapon than a status weapon. But no, I don't have an Aki-core build. It's never been a weapon I really enjoyed. Headshot, energy on headshot. Yeah, that's kind of cool actually. It's a smart smart choice here. You could replace this. Obviously, like I said, you can get energy from electricity Archon stretch, so like a potential for you to save some mod capacity here. Yeah, what you have here is pretty solid for like an acuity build. I would say because you're going so hard into cold here, you might want to swap this out for frostbite for multi-shot. Oh, but you're doing acuity, so you're not going to get multi-shot. Yeah. Yeah, acuity kind of limits available options here. But I would say that you have too much base damage, right? You got damage here, you got damage here, you got damage here, and you got damage here. Like, I would drop Deadhead for something else. Personally. What exactly? Great question. But the rest of the build looks good. Fabit, Shiriel. And no, I don't have an Aki-core build. It's a weapon that I've never really enjoyed, so I just haven't ever really done anything with it. Well, that's kind of cool. Although, I think your colors are getting washed out by Loc Link right now. Obi. Persistence battery. Eclipse over the 1? Any specific reason you're using Eclipse? On here, Ollie? Not that it's bad, just curious. Because you don't really need the damage reduction, like Roar would increase the damage from these if you wanted to. Clips because Roar and Nourish is used on the other builds. Okay, totally fair. Yeah. Yeah. Over the 3 on the others? Okay. Yeah, and you can't customize it per loadout. Listen to Gnome? Yeah, I love Gnome. Kraken wanker. Are you doing steel charge just for the mod capacity, or are you doing melee with the build? You would have to put another armor form on here if you wanted to change that, though. Ooh, very pretty fashion. Ooh, that's really, really nice, actually. That looks great. Man, he's got such good fashion. I wish that I liked his kit right now. Trace Deadhead with Crux. Actually, Crux is a good call. The status chance will be nice, but obviously you're not going to get anything with the efficiency for ammo efficiency because it's energy per shot. 1 Umber left, 1 save in case the twins need it. Yeah, I'm saving all my Umbers for the twins. I'm saving the Umbers for the twins myself. I've got 2 with the 3rd coming from the Nightwave. Speaking of, where am I at for Nightwave? I'm so behind. I still got to get Cardi back this Velox. I got silly. What you got in your Nova? You're running relatively low range. You might want to have some range for the whole Null Star stuff. So like you could potentially drop Narrow-Minded for something else, and then like go concentration so that you get 60% duration from somewhere else, and like switches out for like an Augur mod. Potentially, and then you would be in some pretty good range. Doesn't Null Scar sail off duration? Yeah, but having some range for the Null Star's AoE is also nice, is what I'm saying. And Narrow-Minded reduces your range. Only 1 augment? Yeah, you don't need all the augments on her. You don't need both. Having both is nice because then you can just like constantly resupply it, but it's not that big of a deal. The 4 also scales off duration and range, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I would say maybe like a little bit of range for this, but you know, it's not that big of a deal. Just keep in mind that you're kind of limiting this damage potential out of Null Stars because of the low range, but you should be fine. Should be fine. Otherwise, this all looks good. Just be a little bit careful about your survivability here, right? Doesn't show Omniforma? No, it doesn't show Omniforma. Doesn't show the Forma stuff in there. Okay, Real King Chills, this is your time. This is your time. Yes, I did see that. Sophia, it looks really good. Looks really, really good. Okay, anyone want to join us for some non-steel path relics? And you said you needed neurosensors, right? We might be able to double up on this for you. What the hell do neurosensors drop? Link, yeah, Link, if you want to join for a non-steel path, absolutely. Skagara, thanks so much for the prime. How you doing today? Neurosensors. Jupiter and the Kuva Fortress. Is there any relics on Jupiter right now? Nope. Nope. A Pia car? Something like that? Lorenzo, how you doing? Erzman. And what was the other one you said you needed? Plastids? Where the F did plastids come from these days? Saturn, Uranus, Phobos, Pluto, Eris. What do we got? Saturn, nothing. Saturn, Uranus. Phobos. Anything on Phobos? Venus, Earth, Saturn. It's just a rescue, though. Okay, we'll go do this one instead. And swap this to Necros. So we'll help you get some resources. The Void Trader, you're new? Okay, well, I got a quick ad break here, but during the ad break, I will post a link in the chat for you. So give me a hot second here. I put out a short every week that borrows here. Where I go over borrows offerings and my recommendations. Nothing good on Steel Path? No, we're just helping out with Baby Tunnel. Firesman! Oh, is this a Sandcat build? This is the Sandcats build. Funny. And the reason why I chose Ceres for a new player, a new Baby Tenno, is Orkin cells are going to be necessary for our Baby Tenno friend. And you will need Orkin cells. You will always need them. So that's why I brought a loot frame. Semene? No, this was just whatever the defense is. Because we're doing a relic run. The glaive read time is sometimes a little bit the glaive recall time is sometimes a little bit weird. Oh, King Chills, the purple glowing enemies are actually my ghosts. Don't try to kill them, you won't be able to. Seeing transmission on the Nora ship was a blessing. Ooh. The purple glowing guys are actually friends. You don't need to kill them, and you won't be able to. Brave Nintendo, get the Warframe mobile companion app. Yep, for the whatchamacallit. The extractors. I made that short a long time ago, actually. That's an old one from me. Deals constantly takes like 2 seconds. I use them all the time. Say ghosts? I mean, yeah, they're ghosts. I'm playing Necros. Are you okay? Do you need help? Do you smell burnt toast? Whee! Cassie, thanks for the follow. Yeah. Purely Prime Chassis's fun. It's a wraith, not again. Ooh. Hey, Kane. How's it going? Not too bad. How are you today? First live video? Well, technically it's a live stream. But hi. How you doing? Why is that turned off? Did I wander into a nullifier? Probably wandered into a nullifier. And VP, I do that short every time Borrow shows up. So you can I usually get it out within the first hour and a half of Borrow being here, Friday mornings. So if you are ever in need of wondering, don't know how you're gonna get that much ducats. The big thing that I would say is the Prime mods is what I would recommend you do. He does disappear at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, but the other thing to remember is that he does come back every 2 weeks, but with different offerings. There's also something called the TennoCon's Borrow Relay, but if you have the TennoCon digital pack, the TennoCon digital ticket, you get access to it, and he brings every single item he has ever brought all at once. So it's actually a pretty decent for especially new players to grab. And then you also get some platinum, you get some cosmetics. It's pretty solid. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Doing good, just returned from your GF and returned with minis and paint from the Warhammer store there. Ooh, very nice. So buy the TennoCon digital pack, I would recommend it. But you just also have to remember that you're going to need a lot of ducats. So if you don't have the time to farm ducats, it might not be great value for you. Necro Shadow should get a little buff, or just a tiny bump. I think that they should get a buff, yeah. They're okay at best. They do have some interesting tech with the, whatchamacallit? Thermia, whatchamacallit? What's the Thermia mod that I'm thinking of? It's one of the mods that plays in with the arc gun mods. I just can't remember what one it is off the top of my head. But it's super solid. Wow, I've got 16 minions because I killed 2 Drac Masters, so I've got a whole bunch of dogs running around. That's hilarious. You're supposed to only have 7. But no, I've got 16. Burp, burp. It's permanent? What do you mean by that? Last day for the digital ticket? I don't know. Not off the top of my head. I don't know off the top of my head. This was in Burnout Revenge, really? Oh. In-game overlay for how many ducats items give you? I mean, it does say when you scroll over them. Like, oh, well, it's not showing up here. But when you scroll over them in the, when you select them, it says how many ducats they are. But typically speaking, bronzes are 15, silvers are 45, and golds are 100, typically. A good Arcane Arachne build, well, for Loki, I mean, you just throw on Arcane Arachne onto Loki. Just like a Loki, and then you just put on Arcane Arachne at the same time. Theoretically. Like Null Stars, if you, or Pyrotechnics, if you want to go into that tech. You mean build for Necros using parasitic armor? Honestly, you probably could, and it would actually be pretty solid. Because he has a very high amount of shields baseline. So I don't even think it would be a meme. I think that you could actually do something really good with that. Some silvers, yeah, that's what I said, most. The word there was chosen intentionally. Because some silvers are also 25. Sometimes I do choose my words purposely. Just sometimes, though. Ghosts. Got ghosts? I got ghosts in my blood. I've only gotten 2 orc insults this whole entire run? What the hell? It's probably the most surprising thing I've ever seen. Some bronzes are 45. Yeah, but again, most. Some golds are worth 1,000 ducats. That's a lie. Some are with 0. Well, to be fair, Forma aren't prime part. Zeno dumbed it down to make it easier to understand. Yeah. It's almost like if you try to info overload. Yeah, see here you can see how much new ducats they're worth. Right? 45. The Bronco Prime, for instance, it's a silver. It's a bronze, but it's 45 ducats. Or at least in that relic it is. Yeah, one of the biggest problems with people trying to explain things in Warframe is you information overload baby Tenno or like new people. And then they're like, oh, my brain's frying. Have you ever sat in a 3-hour lecture back to back to back? I have. It sucks. You don't feel like a human at the end of that. Actually, it's worth 67 ducats. Lasai. Lasai. You deserve it? No, I find it hilarious. I think probably the thing I find the most hilarious with it is people get so upset about it. And I'm just like, why? Why is that so upsetting for you? Get out of here, nerd. Okay, we're heading out at 12. Squad as usual. As per usual. Ghosts. 6-7's a cringe dad joke? Yeah, it's hilarious. Prime sure footed. Well, you can't sell prime mods for ducats. Imagine you could sell prime mods for ducats. That'd actually be pretty funny. I've got a bunch of spares. Honestly, I wish you got more info dumping. Didn't know how Hildren's 2 works until you wondered why you felt weak. See, I leave info dumping for my long format videos, and shorts I don't do info dumping in. And like, if you need info dumping, go to like long format videos. So like when I'm explaining whole entire kits and loadouts and stuff, that's where I put the info dump. But in like a short, I'll keep things quick and simple. And if you're ever looking for like all the info dumping, just go to the wiki. But Warframe players, we don't know how to read, so that is a problem. Cascade has really enemy spawn problems when you run different exilizers too fast. Is that bug back? What's reading? I don't know. Hey, PK. 65? Heck yeah. Thanks. For the 65. Nice. That's pretty nice. It's true you go to college and can't read? True. True and real. You're gonna go back to your lurk in PK? Okay, you enjoy your lurk. I appreciate you. Okay, we're leaving here. Pick up all your loot on the ground. You might get some resources that you need. Wally's technically lurking. No, I'm in the back room. I don't have the chair. If you already have Sevagoth, go for the Avira. What do you guys say, Warframe? Can you get a chair like Eisen from Bleach? I don't know what that chair looks like. So no. GG, GG. Freaked you out when Wally appeared on the chair? Yeah. Can give you a little bit of a start if you aren't expecting it. Wee, Vosper! I love Vosper. Come on, Steel Meridian, we gotta get you back up to the top before Steinak shows up. We gotta get these reps back up. Amateurs! Didn't get any Placids? No, there would be no Placids there. They had no relics missions on Placid missions. What do I think about the new Warframe? I can't wait. Actually looks like probably one of the most incredibly interesting frames that DE's ever released. Incredibly cool. Hey Reckless, how you doing? Slacking? Most of the time. This conversation is giving you an aneurysm? What conversation? Sometimes you just gotta like just look at them and be like, eh, there's no swear words, we're fine. June 12th? No, June 17th. Stug. Stug. Riaz, Sun and Moon. Kareen. Condition Overload. Got a Sass Prime Companion. Otherwise looks fine. Yeah, nothing really to say there. Ureli. Yeah, Ureli is definitely the frame that I'm going to be looking at the most with this update. For Loyal Melarina tech with that new arcane. It's actually going to be really crazy. It's going to be really, really crazy. Should you dump Forma into Rhino? I would probably recommend not dumping Forma into a unprimed frame that has a primed variant. But do what you like. Series Orion are more interesting to you than Nokia and Foley even after the release? Yeah, no. They seem really, really cool. Really need the Aurelia augment? The Aurelia augment is pretty good. What you have here looks really good though. Whoever's this is. Fluffy Rhino. Sevagoth Prime? Yeah, Sevagoth Prime's worth the Forma. Absolutely. He's a Prime. Yeah, I mean, nothing to say here other than Umbral Intensify. Or maybe Precision Intensify since you're running Roar. But yeah, the rest of this looks good. Yeah. Nothing to say here. Frost might like the Efficiency Arcane. Frost? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Ureli's gonna love that Arcane. Actually, what am I gonna do for that build? What am I gonna change on my Ureli build? Ureli. Surging Blades? Oh, Surging Blades can do some really silly damage, yeah. Ride or Die, no See Me Snares. Oh, that's right, this is the Invis build. This is gonna get sillier. This is actually gonna get sillier. I forgot that this is the Invis build that I run. How will we be able to helmet the frames? You helmet the frame and both of their abilities get removed. So if you remove the second, both of them get removed and replaced with the helmets, apparently. Vomit? Oh yeah, Vomit's gonna love the arcane. Although Vomit doesn't really ever have energy issues in my opinion. What's polarization? Polarization is essentially this slot here. So it's when you put a mod on here that matches the polarity. So this is called polarity here, which is this here, which is this little thing in the top right. This here. This is called the mod's polarity. And if you match the polarity, it will reduce the cost of the mod by half. Surprised how helpful they were with explaining painting. Yeah, no, yeah. That's what the Warhammer stores are basically for. It's, I used to work there, right? I was a GW manager at one point in time. What am I gonna do with this build for the Loyal Mill Arena? We don't need either of these now. What mod should you polarize? Generally speaking, this polarity, it's called Madarai. Everyone references it as V. This is, generally speaking, the most common mod for in the game, right? Like, look at all these. So on your frame, probably a V would do you well. And you want to put it over a mod slot that has no mod, has no polarity. The other thing to keep in mind is that if you put a mod that does not match the polarity, it will increase the mod capacity's cost. I have a video on the channel going over how Forma works for you. Watch everything within 40 meters, freeze. Yep, I got that build. It's really good. Do you also run it with the Venado and a secondary with Fortifier? Because the cold ricochets will activate melee unique traits and secondary Fortifier. You can also swap polarities eventually, yeah. Like ability strength for Sevagoth? Yeah, Sevagoth doesn't mind some ability strength. Range, ability strength are typically where you want to go. Working on the Venado? Yep, it's really silly. Okay, so we don't need to care about efficiency here. So, blind rage. Do we care about range with this build? Because this will be efficiency. So we don't care about efficiency. We can dump efficiency. Do we go... Secondary encumber? Yeah, you mean this video here? Toxica? That one there? Yes, I do. I've already covered that one in a short. Hey, Nim. Oh, that felt good. That felt good. No idea, I didn't see it. No, it's all good. It's all good, it's all good. I'm just being silly. What do I want to do here with this to make it different? We're doing Wild Mill Arena, so we can just like go super high in strength for this shenanigans. Because Merle Arena is going to do Merle Arena things, and that's going to be really good. Do we go into health? Do we go into like a persistence Merle Arena build? That could be pretty funny. But if we do a persistence build, we want the armor in the shards. Because the armor that you put in shards will for some reason translate to Merle Arena. Except for the primary arcane, seems really interesting, yeah. Please see the channel rules for no begging. Thank you. And if you don't think that was begging, congratulations. I'm letting you know that was begging. I mean, I could do health conversion. Nah. Do I do double umbrals? Eh. What am I doing with this D here? Should you dump out every item? I mean, if you want to. It's up to you if you want to do that. Do I want to do precision? No. What am I thinking? I'm not doing precision here. I'm going to do shield tanking of some variety. Begging? Please, sir, can I have some more? That's begging. Boreal's Hatred? We have 175% efficiency from the arcane. So, not that. Do we need range? Realistically, no, but maybe just for the free energy. Make it a little bit higher there. Do I just go into like health conversion? It's not super necessary, but yeah, it's fine. Do I want to do pillage on here? Since we have such high strength? Do I do pillage on here and just go like high strength? Well, see, I'm more concerned about the survivability here than anything else. New efficiency arcane will kill energize? Nah. Energize is still really good, even with 175% efficiency. Because sometimes you need the energy more than you need the reduction in energy cost. Sometimes, not always. It's going to be a contender, though. You're absolutely right. It's going to be a contender. I feel like I don't need Augur Secrets here. I feel like I can drop Augur Secrets and put that there, and then we got some options here. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The quotations. It's not going to kill it, but it's certainly going to be a contender for it. Do I do like a shield tank build with pillage? Yeah, I think the Exceltra will like it. That new primary. I kind of want to do like a full shield tank build on here and go into pillage. I feel like that would be really silly for the amount of damage output. Because if I remember right, Loyal Mullerina doesn't make you status immune. When you're not riding Mullerina, you don't get status immunity for some reason. Brief respite? Nah, so what I'm thinking is because, for those of you who don't know, the sea snares that Loyal Mullerina spits out are multiplicative to your own sea snares and viral. So it's actually like a lot higher damage vulnerability. So if we also are removing armor, then we are getting just massive damage boosts for our weapons. Oh, just put in rolling guard? Yeah, but I also kind of like the idea of armor strip. Because we're actually, if I switch out, you know, we're at the strength requirement for pillage. That's what I'm saying here. Is we're at the strength requirement for pillage to 100% armor strip, and that also gives you shield gating, and shield tanking, and status cleansing. So it just kind of plays very well with what I'm thinking here. Pillage is just a hell of a drug, man. Pillage is so good. And we put pillage over the 4. Yeah, I think we go full shield tank. Do we go like full shield tank with adaptation too? Is that necessary? It's not necessary, but it'd be pretty funny. It would be pretty funny. Because you get 90% damage redirection from here, and then 90% damage reduction, plus 50% damage reduction, so you're actually taking very little, and your shields will actually be incredibly tanky. And then you also got shield gating on top of that. And shield regeneration instantaneously. Could be neat. The other thing that, well, the other thing to think about with adaptation, isn't pillage enough for survivability? Yeah, but more. I generally always think of survivability in pairs. Having multiple forms of survivability is something that I generally always lean towards, just in cases. So that's why I always try to duplicate like some form of survivability method and like a backup. So the damage reduction plus damage redirection is one of them, and then pillage is the other one. Aegis, no, we're gonna, I'm doing pillage. For the other arcane though, I think just precision for the extra damage. We'll do fine there. The extra damage on our secondaries. Damn, this is actually gonna make secondaries go freaking nuts. Because we can dump our efficiency so it doesn't matter, because Aqua Blades is apparently gonna activate it. That new arcane. Aqua Blades is refreshable, right? Actually, that's a really good question, because that will drastically change how this build operates. But since no one wins. Pistolier? No, I don't have Pistolier. I'm using damage on this build. Just more damage. Okay, so the blades are not... Yeah, King Chills, you don't need to keep repeating your comment. I'll take a look at builds when I get to them. So, Aqua Blades are not recastable, so that does cause a problem. But what we might be able to do is the Augment. The Augment Surging Blades might activate that. This is the question, is if the Aqua Blades Augment activates this. Because the Aqua Blades Augment activates this, activates the new Arcane, then the build goes to like this, or this. Something like this. Because if this does it, if this reactivates it, then we're fine. The other question would be, is Sea Snares going to activate it? Because if Sea Snares activates it, then we don't have a problem. But I think Pablo said the Aqua Blades activates it. Hey, Dutch. New Arcane. Sneak Snares. Run it with raw power. Yeah, health conversion. Yeah, I got something along those lines over here on one of these builds. This could be very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, we'll leave this for now as a potential. I'm not going to worry about it for the moment. Set 09 appearance. Ooh. Yeah, it just kind of depends on where the augment is, like where the arcane is going, right? If Sea Snares activates the arcane, fantastic. If the blade throw activates it, fantastic. But if it's just the summoning the blades, have to completely rethink the build. Have to completely rethink it. Because that's 475% damage vulnerability multiplied by 475% damage vulnerability multiplied by 325% damage vulnerability, and then your weapon. Whee! Yorelli! What's the new arcane called? Sculptor. So let me see if I still got the image here. Yeah. On creating an object with abilities, ability efficiency is locked at 175 for 12 seconds, and it's refreshable. Pablo mentioned. So depending on like if Sea Snares counts as an object, then this will, or if the Aqua Blades being thrown out counts as an object, that could be really good. Could be really, really, really good. Oh yeah, Echo, I gotta talk to you about that. Sorry, I've been having a bit of a day. I got some ideas. You went in the space direction. I was thinking the nature direction. But we'll chat tomorrow. I'll shoot you a message. But I also don't know how much you want to put into it. So I don't want to take up your time too much on that stuff. If you don't want to put in that much, I totally understand. What I'm asking for is a little bit much. I really like that site, by the way. Yo, Visp. You love when there's a wasp in your mirror. How is there a wasp inside of your mirror? I have so many questions. How did a wasp get physically stuck between a plane of glass and a silver oxided material? How did this happen? I have so many words. Funnily enough, you found a artistic graphic design goof. I love artistic graphic design goofs. How do you get over 1000 armor for primary bulwark? Health conversion. 1350 armor just from the mod, as long as you pick up health orbs. This looks really good. I really like this. I really like the purple with the red highlight in there. Oh, Karamir. Okay, that makes much more sense. Yeah, that makes much more sense. Are these all just the same Wisp fashion? I think these are all the same Wisp fashion. And if there's differences, I'm sorry, I can't tell. Froost. Ice Storm, Energize, Freeze Force, Icy Avalanche, Biting Frost. Yeah. Yeah, I love putting a ton of augments on Frost as well. You don't need prime sure footed here though. Icy Avalanche gives you overguard. Overguard gives you status immunity. Knockdowns are a status effect, so you don't need prime sure footed here. The rest of this, very nice. Using chroma in my electric chroma build. Ooh, it's very fun. It's a very, very fun build. Also, another really good combination with Elemental Ward is on Hildren, because every time you cast, it technically counts as your shields taking damage, so you spit out electricity at people. Woo! And regular Intensify? Yeah, I mean, regular Intensify is fine, but you actually want to be using Umbral Intensify, you have it. And the reason why here, normally you'd want to go into Precision Intensify, but because you're using Freeze Force, you want that extra strength into Freeze Force to give you more cold damage on your weapons. So you could drop this. See, the problem with the Archon Flow is trash. I'm sorry to be that guy to say it. I'm usually someone who's not like negative on stuff in the game, but I'll be real. Archon Flow is trash because the cold ability needs to get the kill. So like, the only frame that can actually do that is Frost, and even then, his 4 is usually not getting kills. So, yeah. Prime Footed for Nearest Anguish, only deep polarity, Exilus that does anything, gave you capacity to fit Umbral Intensify. There you go. Yeah. Archon Flow is one of the biggest beginner traps. Yeah, Archon Flow is really bad. It's really, really bad. It's quite possibly the biggest letdown of an augment. It should be read when enemy affected by cold status effects from abilities has chance to drop energy orb. How do you build Wisp? Strength and duration, typically. Unless you're going with the augment, then a little bit of range. He's using primary bulwark on the Fel Arcs. Yeah, so Archon Shards, right? Blue Archon Shards give you a bunch of armor. Health conversion, which is a mod from Samaris is another good one there. The other thing to remember on here, just like as another idea for you, is Icy Avalanche's Overguard gain scales both off of armor as well as power strength. Now, if you don't have a double Umbral Forma or have an Umbral Forma, you could go Umbral Intensify, Umbral Vitality, or Umbral Intensify, Umbral Fiber specifically, just to boost up the amount of Overguard you're generating, but it's not really that big of a deal. Arcane Sculptor, which energizes filling for temporary, yeah. Savaguth. Yeah, for a beginner build, this is perfectly fine. Maybe a health mod here or a shield mod. That's it. But for a beginner build, what you have here is very solid. You have a Sevagoth, so fun as a nuke build? Yeah, it's a classic. It's a classic one. Put Roar on that Sevagoth. They're an MR3 Tenno, so they don't have the helmet system. I always give recommendations based off of when I know what the person's point is at. So if I make it a recommendation to somebody, you know, like we can take a look at the build and you can see like certain things have like not missing mods or mods not leveled out. You know, it's pretty easy to tell. MR5, pardon me, they're MR5 now. Rarest ability damage type in the game. Not only does it require damage to land to kill, but it's only 10% proc chance on it. Yep. Would the build you sent for Wisp work? Oh, let's see. I mean, for a no helmet or no potato build, yes. I would say go harder into strength than duration. Was the only thing I would really say here. So if you got like more strength option mods, I would say go more into strength here than duration. But yeah, no, this is perfectly fine. If you're not using the augment, you don't need range. The augment for the 4th Cataclysmic Gate is the only time that you need range on Wisp. But no, that looks fine. Yeah, for a low, like a newbie build, right? And I say newbie because you don't have a potato in here. Yeah, this is good. King Chills, here's the sort of end game build for Sevagoth. Lark refresh, I appreciate you, Cardi. This is the end game build. The build that that person is talking about is a end game playstyle build. It's based around the augments for the first and second ability. I have a short on the channel going over it. It's old though. It was like one of my first shorts, so it's not very good, but your advice to low MR player, Necros could be your best friend. Necros is straight up one of the best beginner frames in the game. I love loot. I love free loot. Nom, 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 nom. You're never getting that? No, you are gonna get that. It's just gonna take a while. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break, and I'm just gonna go stretch my back. I've been having back problems for the last few weeks, so I'm just gonna go take care of myself for a few minutes. We'll be right back. Sit tight, and then we'll keep doing some more relic missions. I'm back. And what do we got relic-wise? Stipet. I don't want to do a cascade. Okay, who wants to join me for a Neo defense? Steel Path, Neo defense. Yeah, sure, why not? Celtra. I haven't messed around with the Prismatic Storm in a while. We're doing Steel Path here, King Chills. Commander Knight, you'll join. Ollie. Halo. Ollie. And room for one more. How's that build? You probably down. Survive building needs some work here. Don't worry about it. Nim, what's your in-game name? Did we take a look at this list? Yes, we did. What's your in-game name, Nim? I don't mind at all. Koroma? Pillage, Arcane Expertise, health conversion. So you don't need health conversion here. I didn't realize that you're using this on Chroma. My apologies. You should theoretically, because of Vex armor, have enough armor for Bulwark to activate. Just keep in mind that you the melee kills will boost it, and also your shields taking damage will increase your armor. So this should do enough for you for Bulwark. You're doing electric chroma, yeah, but Vex armor is your damage buff, so you're going to be using Vex armor anyway. So either way, health conversion will get you enough armor to activate Bulwark to its full potential, but Vex armor may also do it, so you may not need health conversion. So what I would do is go into a run, get Vex armor to its max armor value, and see if that will function for you. Just an idea for you. You might be able to save some mod capacity, that's all. But otherwise, the rest of your build here is very good. Nothing really to say. Looks good. Just a potential option for you. Same as here. Okay. A nim 0k. I love it when people's Twitch names match their in-game names. It makes my life much easier. Did we get anything else spawning? Nope. Neo defense. Let's go. I'm bringing Nova, so bring whatever you want. People in squad, do you need anything specific? Ollie, Halo Knights, Nim. Do y'all need any specific relics? Okina Prime Gold. Okina Prime. It's the blueprint, so yes, I can. And I got a rad for you too. And Nim, if you want anything, or Ollie, if you want anything, once we do this rad here, I can swap out. Yo, Jokes, how you doing? Mods, can you yell at Jokes, please? Work, work, work. Thanks, Iron, appreciate you. No, this isn't the Noma Atomico skin. I don't have that one. Oh, that's odd. Why does it show that as 0? Weird. Very weird. Don't anything just here for the potential Forma ducats? Forma. Duckies. Elena, I'm gonna guess that's how you say your name. My apologies if I mispronounce. Welcome in. Pretty sure it is. This is the deluxe skin. This is not the Tenogen skin. Because I do not own the Tenogen skin. Is it the good room? It's the good room! Yay! We lucked out, chat. We're the lucky ones today. Huzzah! Huzzah! Oh, I thought that was, I'm sorry, Cobalt, I thought that was the Tenogen one. My apologies. I thought that was the name of the Tenogen skin. My bad. I'm not good with names of things. Okay, can never remember the names of stuff. Putting you on heat, you're running electric chroma. It's based off of your emissive color. And your first ability allows you to rotate your elements. So is your emissive color, when you go into, if you can't figure it out by the time I'm done this mission, just let me know. And I'll pull it up to show you. It's blue, it's electric. Damn, I actually caught it out of the air. Hell yeah. It's blue, it's electric. I don't know. I'll pull out my electric chroma in a second and show you how you can swap the elements at will and hopefully be able to help you with that. Catching air? No, I cut him off. I've been having moth problems. It glitches out sometimes. Had that happen with Chromatic Blade on Xcal. Try resetting the colors. Yeah, that might also be it. The other thing is, remember, you can use the first ability. I think it's tap casting the first ability will rotate its color. Hey, look, I got the gold. Okay, Nim, do you need anything specific? Just gonna run this until we hear from Nim. If Nim needs anything specific. Nothing specific right now? Perfect. Word. Ooh, backstretch. Your Honest has different targets than normal. It just has, yeah, different targets and also 2 different tile sets on here. I can't wait for the rework on that tile set, by the way. Yeah, it'll be nice. Just getting ducats and void stuff to upgrade your relics. Word. Hopefully you got your relic. You didn't get a relic in time. Well, if we get a gold here and you need it, Nim, I'll be happy to give it to you. Whenever that type of stuff happens, I don't mind taking the L to help out the peeps. That's the last part you needed for the Okina? Ooh, very good. Lark refresh, how dare you? That's me being sarcastic. Whee! Relics. Sweet, delicious relics. Be gone. Be gone. Speed. 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 Hard to not use the Okina. I mean, it's my favorite melee in the game, hands down. The Incarnate is just, it's so cool. Literally and figuratively. I played a lot of Risk of Rain 2. So it just really reminds me of the, whatchamacallit? Is there any Warframe drops on? Not here, and I don't think there's any drops happening today, but I also don't know. You can check on the forums to see if anyone has drops happening today. I don't know if anybody is or not. Okina plus melee Korean? Yep, that's what I use it for. Hey, you. Okay, it's just the speed alone. Oh, I use it because it's actually just a really good weapon. I love it. It's hands down my favorite melee Incarnate. It just reminds me of the daggers from Risk of Rain 2. Risk of Rain 2 is getting a new DLC again? I mean, I won't say no. I've got a couple hundred hours in that game. I love that game so much. Da-da. Whee! Misery? Misery loves company. Hey, you. Hey, stop that. Be gone. Just couldn't. I mean, that's fair. It's you know, it's a good roguelike game, but if you're not into roguelites, I get it. Yeah, the Destreza, there's a few of them that I'm really interested to see what'll happen. Athodai Prime, depending on the stats, competitive for the Ocucore. It depends on the unique trait. If they fix the unique trait so that it properly refreshes, I would say yes, but if it doesn't, I would say no. The unique trait not refreshing is kind of the thing holding that weapon back, in my opinion. And I don't think it's going to be a competitor for the Ocucore. The thing with the Ocucore is that it's just a brain off, aim in the general direction of enemies, and you don't have to think. That's why people like it. It's also powerful, don't get me wrong, but it's the ease of use that people care about more with that. Just can't get into risk tang, not your cup of tea. That's totally fair. It's the ease of use with the Ocucore more than anything. I don't think it's going to be replacing the Ocucore, personally. But also, we don't have it yet in our hands, so, you know, the other side of it is, I don't know how it's going to be fully functioning yet, so maybe. Maybe. Oh. Rhino and the Ocucore? I mean, enter frame plus Ocucore. It's not even Rhino, it's just Ocucore plus frame equals, or plus frame with any form of weapon damage buff equals good times. Saren is, of course, a classic that people like to use it with. But, another one that people really like is, of course, Araxia with it. It's very good with Araxia. Hey, you. Be gone, doggo. Huh. Because I need more focus in my life. You're back. Welcome back. Welcome on back. Catch me primary, gotta say, the higher magazine plus base rate of fire, more of the heavy hitting one, less mag size. Oh, that's kind of cool. The thing is with the kit guns is just the kit gun secondaries are so strong. Like even today, the kit gun secondaries are really incredibly strong. You perfect Araxia with the Sobek? Yep. Good old acid shells, BS. Good old acid shells. Primary's gonna be strong, especially with multi-gunko on the Catch Moon. Yeah, I mean, the Catch Moon gets multi-gunko on the secondary as well. And it's just because the secondary just mods are generally better than primary mods these days. Just generally. Besides Sobek, what's good weapons for weapon platform Araxia? Honestly, any high-powered weapon that does a lot of fire rate. So that you can take advantage of her fourth toxin, guaranteed toxin stuff. It's more of like what weapons aren't good on her than weapons that are good on her. The Exaltra actually does a pretty good job with her, yeah. It's not going to be like the highest damaging out there because just the Exaltra in general is not a very high damaging weapon these days. But yeah, she's a well-designed character. I mean, most of the new frames have been really well-designed. Basically, everything since Dante, I'm like, do I want a Helminth on here? Because they're just, all of them are so strong. Or sorry, maybe not strong, but like they're very synergistic with their playstyle and their kit. That's kind of like, do I really want to put a Helminth here? Kit guns and Zaz some days, but it feels like learning mods all over again. It's not that bad. I think Flo recently did a video on kit guns. I know Ken's got a video on kit guns, and I think MH Blackie also has one. But like, they're not like that hard to learn. It's more of just like what one of these gives the most stats, and you just kind of like tool around with them a little bit. There's not like a whole lot of specialness to them. Excalibur got a buff in the form of a fix. They fixed some of the weirdness with Exalted Blades heavy attack. Yep. Yeah, because the heavy attack wasn't getting Chromatic Blade or something like that for a while there. Something along those lines. But yeah, no, it's I mean, Excalibur, ever since they gave arcanes to exalted weapons, Excalibur has been a menace. No, it's one build. Dark Knight. They did show off the blueprints in the foundry for the twins. I'm just calling them the twins. I know they're not twins, but I'm calling them the twins because it just kind of makes sense in my brain. But they did show off the whatchamacallit there. Them in the foundry. Okay, the delayed explosion. The boys. True, the boys. Alright, gotta run a quick ad break here, y'all. You know the deal. Gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. And if you don't like ads, but you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo, YouTube membership, YouTube Premium, all that good stuff. See you in a second. Compare Helldivers to Warframe? No, not at all. Warframe is kind of in its own category these days. Is it going to be like the Equinox farm? No, it's a single part for each part. Put mods on both siblings? Yeah, but for build, like physically crafting, it's one blueprint for each part. Not like Equinox where you got to build 2 frames and then put them together. We are heading out at 12 here, squad. Technically, it's not even them, it's him. They are him. Chat, we found the legendary him. It's them. Didn't they make the Equinox farm better? Yeah, they did make the farm better. It's a higher drop chance. And I think you get both parts, both blueprints. If I remember correctly, is what they changed. Would Stalker not attack during the invades? I have no idea. We'll find out. 2 loadouts, both frame, and they each carry their own weapons. They carry... Yeah, it's kind of... We don't quite have all the information on that yet. Of how it's going to work with weapons. But yeah, we don't know if it's going to be a Wukong situation. Or if it's just going to be using the weapons there. Out of context, but does Araxia really need Triumbra? If you're going into Persistence, you can either go Triumbra, like I did with my build, with 2 Archon Shards, or you can go into Health Conversion, depending on your choice. I just prefer Triumbra because I want the extra health and I want the extra power strength. All right, we're leaving. Hey, Saint, how you doing? Not necessary, just the way I like to play it. Because I'm also, with that build for my Araxia, my Persistence Araxia build, I removed the first ability. So, for Noko's Bright Bonnet, for yet more power strength, also my energy. So. Using the item at about the same time. Yeah, but the important thing to note is specifically, she did not have a primary equipped. So... But then, like, theoretically, then they should have been pulling out the melee. Whoa. I don't know. We'll see, obviously. When the patch comes out. How that's going to be properly functioning. Okay, I think it's time to sit. Going down. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Do you see the vision? I mean, I've never really watched JoJo's, so no. How to build it really, so you can try Umbra builds. Kai's got a good video on that, Ignis. My build that I put out just a few days ago, Ignis. Oraxia. There, if you want to do persistent, if you want to do health conversion instead, you just remove umbral fiber and run. I would still run 2 umbrals personally. You don't need to. Umbral fiber, and then you just put in health conversion for your armor instead. And then you put your helmets over the 3 instead of the 1. Doesn't use all your ammo, you honestly don't care? Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting if they use the ammo or not, if they're going to be act like full specters and have their own ammo supply. Yeah. Well, that's if you're going for a persistence build. I do have other builds in my video there too. Will you be able to put different shards on them? Probably not. It's probably going to be 1 shards. I would assume it would be 1 shards. It's technically a singular frame for the sense of helmet and whatnot. So I would assume for the helmet specifically. Fast and Serious and Orion like Dante and Virgil. I feel like 90% of the player base who knows that is going to do that. Okay, what do we got relics wise? They are able to be modded separately, so that's the thing, right? Is like potentially, maybe that's the case. 2 mod configs, just 1 frame slot. Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of the other part of things. Z folding heat on your electric chroma, right? We're supposed to take a look at that. Chroma. What is my appearance here? It says heat. So let's switch this to purple, so it's electric, and we switch this to the orange. And let's just pop in here real quick. Be gone. Thoughts? Yeah, it's defaulting to heat for some reason right now. You're right. Yeah, it's very odd. Let me reload here real quick to see if that was just a visual thing, because it went back to electric first. So let me see if that's just an appearance thing here. Fancy 18 months, May. You too. Wow. Apparently the 2 of you became mods at the same time. Yeah, it didn't increase my health. And it's dealing electric, even though it's saying heat. So it says heat, like, down here. My color here, it says heat, but it was doing electric stuff. So I'm going to assume that it's just a visual bug for now, like a visual bug on the first ability. But it was doing electric there. So I'm going to assume that. Alternatively, just remember you can tap cast the 1 and it'll rotate you to a different one. It'll rotate to a different element if you need to be extra careful. All right. This is why you never screw things up. Pillage Chroma? I mean, yeah, it's hilarious. It's actually really good. It's funnily strong. You know what else is hilarious? No, what else is hilarious? Your mom? Ah, got him. These are all just the random spare frames I own. Just circle it to electric to be safe. Yeah, just circle it to electric to be safe. It seems to be a visual bug on the first ability there. Check the forums to see if it's a known bug, and if not, then make sure to report it. Do I want to play Caliban? I'm playing way too much Caliban. Let's play some Nyx. Who should I play with Nyx? I do like the Comb. And I also like the Furus with my Nyx. So maybe we'll do something like this. We'll swap you to Super Spreader. Cardi, a Cora. Yo. Ooh. I like that green. I like that green cutting through. Ooh, that's pretty. Ooh. Ooh, that's pretty. Is that from the Sirius palette? Damn it. That's pretty good looking. Okay, relics. Okay, who wants to join me for an Axie survival? Steel Path, Axie survival. Erzman, you were waiting patiently. King Chills, we're gonna do some Steel Path stuff, and then we'll circle back to non-Steel Path for the people who are non-Steel Path. Reckless Bob. Okay, room for one more. Axie survival. Who wants to join? Anybody? Cardi, you want to join? Get in here. Get on in here. Does the invite go to? Getting tired of not getting mods? What you should probably focus on is getting your mods leveled up, if I'm being honest. Credits, Endo. Focus on those for the moment. You got the new glyph? You do got the new glyph. Okay, Erzman, Reckless, Cardi, y'all need any specific relics? Just duckies for you? Oh, and just a heads up, Reckless Bob, because you're new here, I don't really pay attention to in-game chat. Just a heads up. Oh, ow. 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 I'm massaging the back of my skull. It hurts. It hurts so good. Help. Help! It's painful! Okay. So we're not hearing from Reckless here. So I'm just going to do this. And then if you want something specific, Reckless, I will throw it on for you. Ooh. Douche Lord, those look delicious. Yeah, the problem isn't your diversity of mods, the problem is the level of your mods. At this point. Because like the mods that you have on your Boltor is solid, the problem is that your mods don't have levels on them. Okay, you know the deal. Group together, get candies, win life. Open! Yeah, but you can remember, you don't have to fill every single mod slot, right? You don't need to be putting every single mod slot filled. Sometimes it's in fact better for you to not fill every single mod slot. This is a fine room to get started in. This is a pretty decent room for this tile. Universal Fallout. Just putting the speed up tool in. I'll be right back. There we go. 500 and 100% critical chance on a... Who is this frame? Nyx! Whee! I mean, let's see if we can find ourselves a better room. This is not the greatest room out there, but maybe there's something better hiding down one of these halls. I mean, I like this room. I like this room. So if you like this room, you should come and join me. And by that, I mean, you should come and join me. This is a pretty fine room for a Grineer asteroid. It's not quite my favorite room, though, for the Grineer asteroid. Actually, I think that's my favorite room right here. Oh, nope, that's a lie. Haha, I lied. Evildoers. Are we just getting weird spawning rooms again? Ugh, my face is itchy. My face do be itchy. Oh, we also do have a nuking Sevagoth, which is maybe doing some stuff here. There's some candies over here, peeps. There do be some candies there. Erzman has also found some candies somewhere. Okay, we are playing all in different rooms and we don't have all our reactant yet. So I try to ask people to hang out together until at least we get the 10 reactant, and then you can go wander off if you want to. Cardi, there's reactant over here at my waypoint. Just to make sure everybody gets their candies. You have to make it good? Right, what I'm telling you is quantity is not the problem, quality is the problem. Your problem is that you need to upgrade your mods, not try to get new mods. The mods you have for a starter build are very good. The problem is that you need to upgrade the mods. And yes, you can run not full mods on your weapon. It will be perfectly fine. I swear to you. Especially that multi-shot mod. That is a really good choice. Quantity and quality are not the same thing. Or they are not equivalents to each other, I should say. Sometimes quantity is not as good as quality. Ooh, Venato. Gourds! See, this is why I play with Streamer Man. Gold from the rain from the sky. Kamisato works on Titania? Yeah, we use the razor flies. Are technically companion. If you remove one mod, you have 4 space. Congratulations, that is 4 more mod capacity that you can feed into your multi-shot mod. You gotta love it when there's a gyre in your squad that has that augment. It is pretty dang tasty, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I want to find more speed up tools, but I also feel like if we try to use a speed up tool, it's going to screw us because we're spread out. Hey, you. Thank you. Okay, there is some reactant over here. What kind of predicite? Ferropredicite. Anabolic pollination is why I call it toxic snodder. Because he sneezes and gives you toxin. Yeah, what you're now experiencing, King Chills, is the Warframe build crafting problem of having to make choices. That is, you cannot eat your cake and have it too. Hey Rogue, how you doing? You do have to make choices every once in a while. And sometimes removing something is the answer. But maybe it's not fire rate's the answer. Maybe it's that heat mod that you have is the answer. Right? That's the whole Warframe gameplay loop, is you gotta try to figure out the optimizing within the limitations. Having choices is kind of the joy and pain of Warframe. Okay, gotta roll quick ads here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. And if you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want someone to come on attack, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo, YouTube membership, YouTube Premium. See you in a second. Just got home from 2-day conference with 2 churches. Ooh, nice. Man, I love the Kuva Comb. What a silly gun. Especially when you throw crux on it. It's just like, wee. Wee. Crux goes brrr. Sometimes you wish I wasn't smart, too much homework to do. Well, no, because if you're, trust me, being stupid is painful. I have to deal with a lot of stupid people every single day. It's up to you, chat, to figure out which one of y'all is stupid. You? I can neither confirm nor deny. Read the sign. It's me, you know, it's me. Listen, I can't tell you which one's you stupid. You got to figure it out yourselves. Sadly, you do have to be smart to understand that you're stupid. And you think that's me saying a joke, but the actual people know exactly what I'm talking about. It'd be funny if it was actually an NDA. Now the question is who's gonna understand what I said there by saying you only know how stupid you are when you're smart? Hey, you got a speed up tool in here? Hey, you got games on your iPad? Might remove all your elemental mods? Yeah, it's an option. Remember, you can also run down-ranked elemental mods, so you still get the effect of the element, but then you don't have the as high mod capacity, so you can fit in other mods. Right? Sometimes owning multiples of mods is not a bad idea. Why the hell does it never show me where the speed up tools are? Why am I cursed with speed up tools? Like, I actually am. The kid doesn't want to find the speed up tools. The thingy doesn't want to find the speed up tools. And you know what? I do need some more formal blueprints. I'm going to be spending a lot of form in the next batch. I need more Omniforma. Oh. He popped one? I know, it's weird. Stupid is a strong word, good sir. You prefer to existing on a different mental plane? You spelled plane wrong. Yeah, I know that they spelled it right, but that's part of the joke. I'm glad you caught that one. I'm just looking for a speed up tool. There has to be one hiding here. There isn't. I'm sad. Okay, whatever. Yeah, the speed up tools seem to spawn really freaking sporadically for me. I don't know why. Where the hell is these speed up tools, brother? I don't think these exist anymore. I'm now just on a mission to see if they're actually spawning. You ate them? Could you not? Could you, like, not? Zenos, can you sell your on Nova? You know she's good for ability speed up and slow down enemies, but when you're leveling her from base, nothing clicked. Okay, so what? It doesn't just speed them up and slow them down. It also applies damage vulnerability, which thus increases the amount of damage that you deal to them. She's also incredibly durable. She has high mobility. She's incredibly durable from her first ability. She has high mobility from her portal. She has actually surprisingly good casting ability from her first ability, second ability, and fourth ability. She is really strong. If you want to see my Nova build, I think I got one on the channel. You can type !Nova. Hey, look, there's a little death cube. Wait, why does your death cube look like a dragon? What the hell? She also has, Nova has constant energy supply, either through the speed up, giving you extra energy chance on enemy dead, or also gives you health orbs on slow. Yeah, this is not great tiles we've gotten here, sadly, squad. So we're just gonna do the best we can. You starting your build from scratch? Honestly, I do that a lot more than you think. First time tuning in, but watching your build shorts for a while. Thank you for the Uriel Bomber with the code of Bubonico. Oh, it's a ton of fun. Helping you curse your friend group. That's hilarious. You feel like you've been funding Maze Addiction? I feel like I've also been funding Maze Addiction. I assume you mean the dojo Rias? We've just been fueling May's addiction to IKEA frame. Doing a bunch of crisis stuff? Yeah, I threw a bunch more. Think your pet's doing more damage to you guys? Yeah, that's kind of the problem with Sevagoth. Sevagoth just nukes the world. So, you know, it's what it is. Welcome to the problem of nuke frames. Other people don't get to have fun. Nah, we're having fun. I'm just kidding around. But that is actually a legitimate problem with nuke frames sometimes. It's the reason why I don't play Hildren anymore. It's just like, it's so strong that it's boring. It's the reason why when I'm playing my Nezhu nuke build, I just don't cast. I don't do my casting rotation unless there's like a big group of enemies and an ally's not near me. Because it just ruins the fun for other people. It's part of the reason why I stopped playing Nezhu, actually. When I'm in party with the people. Garuda's worst? Eh, not really. I would say right now the biggest offender for the most obnoxious is Hildren. Right now. 2 wisp looks perfect. It's like a look at money, get the chance. Garuda can do some silly things, but she's nowhere nearly as bonkers as at least in my opinion. Not as bonkers as Sevagoth or Hildy. Okay, last try for a speed up tool. Really, game? Okay, I just think these don't exist anymore. You're often out nuking Hildren with a Nezhu nuke? Oh yeah, it's definitely possible. She scales though, so is Neja. More enemies, more damage. More damage, more good. Yeah, Neja Nuke does crazy shit, actually. Pyrotechnics is a hell of a drug. Pyrotechnics is ridiculously crazy. Don't think you actually saw me use Proto Skin. I've used it a few times here and there. How do you test it out? In mission, just play the game. See if it feels good. Is Beezer still in the same life support capsules? I ate a life support capsule, and also they just didn't spawn in the other room at all, period. But you're right. If we're at max life support capsules, they won't spawn anymore. But only one spawned for the whole entire mission. In the dojo? It's not in the dojo. It's called the Simulacrum, which you probably don't have access to yet. Hey, Malice. Hey, look, a speed up tool. Mother of God. It exists. Hey, if you just complain loud enough, it will just give it to you. Oh, who'd have thunk? You want them both? Well, then farm them both. That's clearly the answer. Synax and how bad he is. Do you think he needs a buff or retouch? No, people are just stupid. DE listening to the stream and trolling me a little bit. It has happened before. It wouldn't be the first time. But mainly they're just trolling in my chat. Yeah, it's from Cephal and Samaris. You have to finish the new Strange quest, if I remember right, in order to be able to buy it. And then you have to buy one of the rooms from a faction or something like that. No, I think people who are complaining about that, the passive could use a buff. The passive is actually a lot stronger than people think it is. People just are looking at the Overguard and thinking, I can only play with Overguard. And they don't seem to understand how powerful he is as a shield tank frame and also shield gate frame. Hildren's the most aggressive playstyle. Yeah, it's just Hildren's a little bit silly. No, but like Synax is actually really strong. People just are being stupid. But it's also just in general, people are just like complaining about anything that they possibly can because that's what they like to do. See me complaining about not having the speed up tool. 100 CC at 4K shields. It's not that low. It's much higher than that. It's not 4K shields. Like it's better than that. And don't forget that it's double with spear guns. So the Offentus was going to be getting double crit chance from that. Head to extract, peeps. We're out of here. Because Call's mission just isn't fun for you. That's totally fair. You feel Overguard falls off in Steel Path? Yeah, Overguard falls off like once you get into like ETA, it starts to fall off. King Chills, just like as a general thing, we try to rotate out what we're doing, and that includes people, so that we can have lots of people join us. 1% per 40 shields, so if you're at 4K shields, 1% at 4K would be 1,000? No. I can math. I'm an idiot. But it's also double, right? It's double for spear guns, which includes the Opticore for some reason. Oh, don't stay on extract just yet. Get off there. Get off extract there. It's really good when it wants to be. The big thing with it is just like it ends up becoming paper in the later stages. But it's also, we got to remember, that's the passive. Like, that's a passive. That's not the whole frame. Like, if we're just going just based off of passive, Rhino is the worst frame in the game. Right? Opticore counts as a spear gun? For some unknown reason, yes. Even when Overguard isn't at its weakness, it's still giving a period of status immunity? Yeah, exactly. It gives you a small gate mechanic, which is pretty solid. Yeah, the Opticore for some reason is a spear gun. It's really silly. I forgot who figured that out. But another YouTuber figured that out. It's very, very silly. The Overguard frame you've been messing with is Frost. Yeah, Frost because he's got the armor and he also has high shields, and then you also get like a bunch of other stuff. You get some things there. If we're going off of passives, so many frames would be terrible. Yeah, exactly. Now that said, there are some really good passives out there. Like Nyx's passive is crazy. So is Uriel. No, not Uriel. I mean, Uriel's passive is also crazy because of the minions, but yeah. You seen someone turn Rhino's passive to be usable? Yeah, I have seen that before. Volt's passive is pretty good. Yeah, Volt's passive is fairly decent. Yeah. Gruta is one of the best. Yeah, Gruta and Ashe, actually. Ashe is one of the best as well. Haro's passive is great. Yeah, free preparation. And also double overshields. Don't forget about the double overshields. Don't mess with the Opticore spear gun thing. I feel like they might. Because it's not a spear gun. I would not be surprised if that's the case. What's Ashe's passive? Increases / damage and status duration. See, the problem, like, whenever people see Styanax, they just think this. They just go, hey, look at me. I'm a helicopter. I throw final stand and use roar. But I actually prefer this build. This gets me like 6,000, 7,000 shields with this build. And then the shields are constantly regenerating from rally point. And I use arcane expertise. But it's also like, I agree, the passive is not necessarily the best because it's based off your shield values. But we gotta remember, this is just an aspect of the frame. Like a grouping mechanic, armor strip, damage critical multiplier, and heal, shield regeneration, energy regeneration for you and your squad. And then in this case, I put hideous resistance. This doesn't need to be hideous resistance. This could be anything else, but I just put this here because toxin procs. Great frame overall. Just theorizing if they do anything. I don't think they're going to be doing anything. They would have announced it. Just a touch. Thanks for following. Prepping for Styanax Prime? Yeah, I've already got my builds for Styanax Prime. I think I'll probably do like a pyrotechnics build with the javelins, which is kind of funny. Saw a video about persistence working on Overguard. That doesn't feel intended. It's not supposed to work on Overguard. If it is happening right now, that's a bug. It's specifically not supposed to. It works with damage redirection mechanics. So if you're thinking of if it was on a frame that has damage redirection, maybe it was that, but it's specifically supposed to not work with overshields or Overguard. Sorry. Gruta's pretty much your main. You can nuke better with her than Sevagoth. Oh yeah, Gruta does some crazy stuff. Yeah. Doesn't his one count as a ragdoll for pyrotechnics? Yeah, I got one of these builds here with pyro, or I had one of these. Yeah, here we are. Yep. Because you group them, you armor strip them, you nuke them. This is actually a really funny build. And then you can do Vigorous Swap and Arcane Arachne for even more damage. Hey, Evan, look at... It's just for you, bud. This is just for you, Evan. Any tips? Any tips for someone who is helping a group of friends who all want to do coup villages together? Start your coup villages individually. It'll just be faster. And then just work through the planets together, right? Just work through the planets as you go. Vigorous Swab is such a good mod. It's just for you, Evan. Just for you. This is supposed to be mold here. Yeah, this build's funny. It's actually really hilarious. Just pyrotechnics, wee! Shield gating, wee! Pyro. Gar's another frame, pretty unfun with your friends, yeah. And like nuke frames are just inherently not fun for me. Like I don't like nuke frames these days. You know what? I wonder if Cyanax's Axio Javelins are going to count for the efficiency mod. Because you're technically throwing down a spear on the ground. Maybe? Maybe. Codeman, how you doing? The other thing with Sevagoth is just because you have constant shield gating with Sevagoth. That's the other reason why people prefer Sevagoth's nuke build. And Gara's nuke build is weird. Sometimes people just don't like it. How they handle Temple's Augment? Temple's Augment is just, it's for his passive. It's for their passive. So, Steinak's amazing. I love Steinak's. I want to see how many shields Steinak's gets. Steinak's Prime will get. Because he's baseline 925 shields. He's crazy. So much shields. So hilarious. Can't wait for his Prime. Yeah, I can't wait for it either. Nami Skyla is good on Gara? Why is Nami Skyla specifically good on Gara? What's your logic behind that? Solo? Oh yeah, I mean Nami Solo is just like arguably the best melee arcane in the game. Or the best melee incarnate in the game. What was I doing here? Oh, this is just a earlier hybrid build with Final Stand. That's all this one was. Maybe they won't buff it. An energy buff would be nice though. Yeah, an energy buff would be nice. But also he's got a pretty good base energy. 300 base energy? I don't know if he's gonna get more than that. 300 base energy is pretty solid. Not many primes have bigger base energy than that. This frame's so silly. You're gonna start using the Hind? The Hind's a great weapon. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people look at brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to a short bow, otherwise it takes you back. You'll probably be playing a lot of Nidus. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing a lot of Nidus too. Nidus used to be one of my main frames. I love Nidus. He's really good. He's really, really good. You want more? Your arbitrage addiction requires it. You know what? I respect that. Araxia or Kulivo primes would be insane. Kulivo should be this year. Araxia is not going to be for like another 3 years though. Nami Solo was your first incarnate because he had a Riven for it from forever ago. It's the only melee weapon you use now. It's a really bonkers melee. It's just so silly. This is a funny build. We would run Nidus level cap with Nidus back in the day. The 8-hour survival Nidus. Oh, those days. I really want to find out why the Opticore counts as a spear gun. I couldn't quite figure out why it technically counts as a spear gun. Is there any other builds I want to do here? So we got caster. Could I do a persistence build on here? I tried actually, and I didn't like it. I tried and I wasn't a big fan of it. Helicopter build, truculence, molten augments. I don't think there's anything different changing here. I kind of feel like dropping narrow-minded actually on here. Why hideous resistance and not spellbind for the status immunity shield build? Because I wasn't originally going to be running prime continuity, so this scales off of strength, whereas spellbind scales off duration. So I was originally not going to be running this. That's the reason why. Roar? No, I don't use... for this build, I'm using Roar because it just makes sense with the slash procs from Final Stand. It just makes sense here. But no, I actually don't. Roar's fine. I'm not a big fan of it. It's because they accidentally gave it a spear gun tags when copying something between the Ferox. Yeah, I assume so. That's probably it. He's just in scales with strength. Yeah, the amount of charges scales with strength. 22, 13. Where'd my blind rage go? Come back here. Boop. So you don't need duration if you're playing into it. Can I get more shields here? Do I like bad omens? I don't know what bad who. I don't know what that is. So I'm going to assume no. Done for the stream? No, I'm just thinking about future stuff. Next question. You want to build shields on him? If you want to be playing around his passive and like for the crit chance, yes. If you are not playing around the passive for crit chance, no. Why Archon Stretch? Free energy. Archon Stretch can be activated by companions. Whee! Free energy! Haste resistance would make such a setup a lot safer with Saz immunity. Yeah, that's the idea. Because this on kill, giving you back shields is your shield regeneration and shield gating. You know what? Nah, I was gonna say maybe a shield speed increasing mod would be nice, but I don't think so. I think we're going to just go more strength. Because then this is giving us 142 shields per kill, and then we're basically just shield gating, and that gives us more strength here for molt for expertise to feed into our shields as well. Be silly persistence. I mean, yeah, expertise. Yeah, expertise and molt augmented with this build. Energy shard on? No, just 300. This is giving us enough energy between rally point and Archon Stretch. This is giving us 8 energy a second, so we're getting 10 energy, 10, nearly 11 energy a second without molt augmented or growing power kicking in for rally point, and that's usually more than enough for this build. Yours at 225? Oh, maybe I am using a shard. Oh, you're right, I am using a shard. Oh, I didn't realize I had a shard on here. Yeah, he could use an energy buff. You're right. Yeah, you're right. I didn't realize I had a shard on here. Wouldn't fast deflection be more useful in shield gating? It's because we get shields on kill from rally point. Right? So we murder to gain shield gating. We commit violence to get shields, not anything else. But we also have Augur Pact here for a little bit of extra shield gating. This thing's base range is just so unfortunate. You have to go so hard into range to make Throw Strike really good. Never played him, but was eyeing him from Veilbreaker a bit. Yeah, no, he's really, really good. Synax is like a sleeper pick. But he's very strong. Yeah, I feel like we don't need that there. Don't know about Synax? Then you're not playing him right? I mean, Synax does some silly stuff. How much shields do I get up to with this build? Well, Silver, don't forget, we're getting a Synax Prime in 3 weeks. His shields are already great. Maybe energy and health bar. Yeah. Synax was your main pre-steel path with the force spam. Super fun, but fell off a cliff when to steel path. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with Overguard. It's fine in steel path, like up until ETA, EDA, it's perfectly good. But yeah. You know, but you're heavily impatient. I mean, also you can feed him into the helmet. His helmet is actually pretty solid. A shopping list to the vault? More shopping lists. Tonk. level 1. How did that not hit anybody? What the hell is this range on here? Thank you. Oh my lord. Shields. "21 seconds. I feel like that's probably enough. What are we at? 180. Just charging up Molt Augmented here. Gotta run casting speed? Yeah, I do got casting speed on here. Duration is also really important for if you're playing around the 4, because that will keep you in the air longer, so it'll make life a little bit easier. Yeah, so I'm getting 269 nice shields. Crit chance from the shields, which is pretty good. Did I add a shopping list to the Clans Vault? I think May have. May's the one who sort of handles the dojo requests for Vault. Oh, that's not the right one. What am I looking at here? What have you? Oh, that's expertise. Yeah, so 151% crit chance. So 300% with spear guns. That's not bad. 300% crit chance? How are we feeling about Sirius and Orion? I have no idea how to feel other than like this is bonkers good. Adaptation, fast deflection, normal intensify, prime flow, both augment, blind rage, transient fortitude. Anything you should change? Catalyzing shields instead of adaptation, and roll and guard if you can. And then you do brief respite in your aura, and you do auger mods on your pistol, and then congratulations, you have the build. Hey Phantom, how you doing? Kitsuki, how you doing? Probably mispronounced that, but how you doing? Hope you know well. That's so much shields. Oh, it's so much shields. Devstream video on the channel, and then bridge version someone made. Better look. Can't wait. Yeah, it's gonna look. I mean, they're looking great. Like it certainly seems like it's a me kind of frame, because I like sort of that high APM, like switching between the two. Like that seems like it's gonna be very much my style. Would Archon shards work with Cyanax? Kind of anything, depends on the build. I have an energy shard here just so I don't have to worry about putting a flow on here. And some strength and some cast speed. Cast speed is really useful on Cyanax. He's got very slow cast animations. Technically, you have a minion? Do I? Where? Like, this animation is really slow. Cast speeds useful on most frames? Yeah. Oh, the brother. Yeah. 2 cast speeds, 2 strength, and a 30-30? What the hell is a 30-30? I have never heard anyone reference anything with 30-30 before. Oh, the equilibrium. Yeah. I've never heard of someone reference that as a 30-30. Whee! This is such a silly build. What's Theros Strike up to? 343% critical damage. Holy smokes. That is so much. That's so much. Based on shields, including overshields, equip mods that increase shield capacity and generate overshields with rally point or other Warframe abilities for maximum effect. Axios javelins can be thrown in rapid succession to create multiple vortex points. If an enemy is not near any walls, throw an Axiom javelin above to pin the middle of the floor. Gather enemies using Axios javelin, throw, strike, augment, group them above. Final stand can also be cast to smite the remaining foes. Rally point draws enemy attention to Styanax cast near teammates while drawing fire and quickly bring down the enemies, regenerate allies shields and hold the line. Rally points bonuses apply to each teammate in range at the time of casting. Teammates do not need to stay near Cyanax to continue regenerating energy and shields. Oh, actually I didn't know that. That's really good. That's actually really, really good. Vulnerable during final stand, cast it from a safe distance. Yeah, that's whatever. Yeah, okay, there's nothing interesting there. Showed Sevagoth some love. He's one of the strongest frames in the game. He doesn't need love. He is straight up one of the strongest frames in the game. He does not need love in any way, shape, or form. Sevagoth is very strong. My poor Tonkor. What the hell is that noise? What is that noise? Is it just me killing them through Axios? Why is it making the basilisk noise? With the Kuvatonkor. Weird. Weird. Equinox needs love? I mean, I think Equinox is really, really strong. But I understand people, you know, wanting Equinox to be better, but Equinox is really, really strong. What pets do I have? In what manner? IRL, I got a cat. People say Ember needs a buff. I could agree that Ember could use a little bit more damage, but I think she's actually quite strong the way she is. This thing doesn't get multi-gun-co, does it? Do any of the spear guns get multi-gun-co? Loki and Limbo needs buff? No, they don't need buffs. They need Limbo. Limbo is one of the strongest frames in the game. The problem is people are too stupid to read the wiki. And honestly, though, that's also not their fault because they shouldn't have to read the wiki in order to understand how a frame works. But it's largely speaking, people just don't like pay attention to how the abilities function. He needs a quality of life improvement for Limbo. And Loki is hands down one of the strongest endgame frames. In the immortal words of Rebecca Ford, creative director of Warframe, if you think Loki needs a rework, it is a skill issue. Sevagoth's drip doesn't... Okay, King Chills, you don't need to keep repeating the comment. If I don't reply to every single message you say, don't take offense to it. Ferrex does not get multi-gun go? Yeah, I was just taking a look. Nah, not according to this. Only problem is this stuns them, which did more damage than the Rift. I mean, the Rift Surge augment does crazy stuff. Banshee's crazy strong, actually. But Banshee has, like, an ability that people want to be better because they're pining for the fjords. I wonder if any of the spear guns have multi-gun co. Scourge? I think the Scourge got multi-gun co. Javlock? Javlock does have multi-gun co. Why the hell does the Javlock have multi-gun co? What a weapon. Scourge. The Scourge Throne has multi-gun co? Why does the Scourge Throne have multi-gun co? Oh no, it's on the base mode. Oh, okay, so Scourge is crazy strong for Stein X. Actually, legitimately, Scourge is crazy strong here. Oh, but we want a crit based, and this is not a crit based weapon. So Ripperino. What are the freaking spear guns out there? Spear gun. What kind of spear guns we got here? Offentis. Are you crit inclined? You are crit inclined. The Ferox is crit inclined. The Javelok, not so much. The Scourge, definitely not. Tenant Ferox is... So assuming the Offentis is also going to be crit inclined. The Offentis Prime, I mean... is going to be crit inclined as well. Yeah. 10% CC? Yeah, no, it's we're doing crit buff. You could use a buff. I think we could all use a buff. Banshee weak points can stack on top of each other. Yeah, Banshee's crazy strong. Avenger with Scourge? No, it's to play into what's his face's passive for the crit chance and the crit damage. So we're looking for crit based stuff. Stupid Opticore. I wonder if they're gonna fix this. The Opticore, the best spear gun. Oh, hold on. Wait, do I have... Hold on. Is this my invis build? Hodl? No, this is my Acuity build. What are you doing here? I'm just thinking up stuff for, Whee! Spear gun. Whee! It actually counts as a spear gun? Yeah. Why do you think I keep saying the words that this is a spear gun? It's a spear gun for reasons unknown to everybody. It's a very silly weapon. Nice chatting. Def gonna show up more often. Don't tune in often, but it gave you some welcoming energy. Yeah, you're more than welcome to. Huh. I mean, to be fair, Silver, most of the Warframe community is welcoming. Like, most of the Warframe streamers are pretty solid. It's like straight up. Loki, you need to read through like 5 different wiki pages to get her off the ground with him. A bunch of his mechanics aren't even documented well in the wiki. Yeah, Loki is a little bit weird. Oh, like Loki. Oh, sorry. Like Loki, you're she in referencing to Banshee. My apologies. You're split up in 2 different messages. Yeah, for some reason the Opticore Vandal counts as a spear gun. I don't know why, but it does. Stein X is silly. How you build a nuke Loki? Mecha set, damage decoy, and what's that one? That helmet ability, marked for death. Also, Loki is more of a weapon platform than a nuke. Just in general. Why no tassels? I don't know, just don't like the look of them. I like just sort of clean silhouettes on my frames. Most of my frames have just very basic fashion because that's a appearance I prefer. Just like in general, like Atlas, clean silhouette on the shoulder armor. Caliban. Well, Caliban's a little bit extra, but Caliban's a little bit extra just in general. Citrine, just sort of clean. I don't like too busy fashions. I kind of want them to like work in. Like this one's busy, but like he has tassels naturally, so putting on more tassels just kind of makes sense. Excalibur, this is just the base skin, no extra attachments. Base skin, no extra attachments. Just the way I prefer my fashion. Enemy's head and then move the dot somewhere else to use sonar. Yeah, it's stupid. Like Banshee could use some quality of life and just making her easier to understand because she's got a whole bunch of just weird ass stuff. It'd be nice to be able to keep her power, but then make her simpler, just so like the mechanic how it functions. What are we getting? We're getting Gara? No, Garuda. Garuda's another frame I gotta think about as well. Dante, yes, June the 7th also applies to streamers. I don't know if it applies to streamers. What do I have on my Garuda? This is the Breed Surge build. This is the Breed Surge build. This is the Persistence build because it's funny. Dreadmirror's nuke is a counts as weapon, right? Does it count as weapon? Garuda. Down and move it all around and move it up and down and move it all around. Universal weapon buffs. Are you a counts as weapon? Wow, you know what? The more I read this, the less I want to do a video on this frame. The more I see this many words, I just don't care. Yeah. So at least Arachne and Vigorous swap work. That's what I was remembering. Does it also get bonus damage from other things? Does it get bonus damage from Nourish? What does this mean by this? That makes her unkillable when an enemy is instantly killed by Dreadmirror. Does this mean the 40%? Does this mean the 40% thing? It's the 40% thing? Okay. Can that number get increased or changed? No. And too healthy, I'm not invuln. Yeah, it said you're unkillable, so it'll not let you go to 0, is what it said there. Does the instant kill threshold get affected by like viral of all things? Is it like one of those things? Okay, so not both Arachne and Vigorous swap for this build. You just want one or the other. So Arachne it is. Fires of giants fall. plus shields. That's interesting. The victim is instantly killed. The health absorb is increased to 20%. What a freaking just mess of a frame. Like, this is overly complex. What a mess. Once a group starts the video, she deals 10% of the maximum health with slash. Oh my lord, what a mess. I'm not looking forward to that video. That's gonna have to be like me diving into the dark arts for that one. I mean, that's realistically speaking what it is. I'm going to read the whole entire wiki, write down my notes, and then I'm going to check Ken's video to double check my understanding. And then if I'm wrong, I'll start from the start. Well, Brozyme's also a big fan of Garuda, so Brozyme's also a good source of information. I'll just make sure to, if I do end up using them for assistance, I'll make sure to give shout outs to them in the video because that's the right thing to do. Most people think it's clunky. You like to run Nourish on her. Or if you're going for a Dread Mirror build. Yeah, I was just sort of thinking, like, I was wondering if Nourish, because Dread Mirror's damage does get multiplied by Arachne. So I was wondering if Nourish would play into that, but this means that for this build, what I actually want to do is Arcane Arachne. For this build. Because both Breed Surge and Mama, I don't... both Breed Surge and Dread Mirror gets bonus damage from Arachne. I think the 4 also gets bonus damage from Arachne. Nourish does work with Garuda's 1 and 4. Okay, that's what I was remembering. It was like one of those things where it's not, or at least I didn't see it here on the wiki. Where the hell did the wiki page go? Oh, did I close it? I closed it. I'll do it. Viral Garuda's 4 when using Nourish? Yeah, I knew that. Garuda's just going to be like one of those videos where it's just like, listen, I'm not going to lie. This frame is really complex, so I may get stuff wrong here. Garuda gains weapon damage and melee damage for each assisted kill up to a maximum of 100%. Salute decays. Bonus damage is multiplicative. This is her passive is I knew this and I just forgot about it. Damage bonus is a universal weapon damage bonus, certain things. Garuda's kit, orb explosion, and seeking talents protected affected by her passive. It's weird that it says here that it's affected by the passive for universal weapon damage bonus, but then it doesn't specifically mention universal weapon damage bonus here. Swap weapons with the swap key, charging her 1. It's actually pretty bonkers. Yeah, I was thinking more just Arachne. Seeking talents does some weird stuff with acid shells too. Talents can benefit from universal weapon bonuses as Arachne and Nourish. Nourish works on the 1 and 4, makes it proc viral and boosts her energy from her 3. Person before roar for the slash. Yeah. Yeah. Huge stats explosion all over the map. Trust me, she's your main. 90%. No, like I'm saying, she's crazy strong. I know that. It's just one of those frames that's like, this is stupid. There's just so much to this frame. This might actually be the frame that I don't make a video on. This might be the frame that gets cut to save my sanity. This might be the one that gets cut to save my sanity. See, for me, there's just not enough interesting things with Ash to do long form on him. There's just not enough there. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Holy crap, this is a dumb frame. This is not worth my existence, I'm not gonna lie. This is, if I have time before TennoCon, I will do this frame in a long format video, and if I don't, I'm not gonna be sad about it. This just isn't worth... is not worth the amount of effort this is gonna take. This is just not worth the effort. No wonder people don't want to play Garuda. Look at this fucking nightmare. Look at this fucking nightmare. No wonder people don't play Garuda. Look at this. Holy smokes. What the hell was Garuda's usage stats last year? Yeah, you don't have to question the mechanics, though. I, as someone who makes a video, have to. Yeah, no wonder. Yeah, not even a question. This number exists because this wall of text exists. Congratulations, we found the problem. It's this. This number is this low because this here exists. Yeah, there you go. There's the answer. That sums it up. Sorry, Spam, it's all good. Her gameplay loop is pretty simple. Oh no, the gameplay loop is very simple. I understand, like, the gameplay loop for her is actually relatively simplistic. But the problem is that I need to explain it to people, which makes it, my life, significantly not simplistic by having to do the video for her. Yeah, everything in rooms for millions is stupid. Yeah, no, Garuda's crazy. Garuda's one of the OG nuke frames. For both her 4 and her 1. She does crazy stuff. We like that. But you got the idea? Yeah, no, I picked it up, don't worry. I like that. Looks so nice. I like that. That's very pretty. Def, what you got? Nyx. Ooh, pretty. I like that. Just throw spaghetti against the wall and hope it hits. Usually it doesn't, yeah. The basic build and gameplay are pretty straightforward, but our mechanics and niche builds are crazy. Yeah, and that makes it not something I'm going to make a video on. If DE wants me to make a video on that, they will clean up that wall of text. It's just, it's not worth the amount of effort having to learn that. Like, sorry. That just ain't worth it for me. For the, like, $30 I'll make on that video, it's not worth my time. Ooh, that's really pretty. Very nice. Ooh, that's a really pretty Hildren. That's a really, really pretty Hildren. You don't play her because people quit? Yeah, that's kind of the problem with, like, nuke frames, right? It's like, why would I play in this mission if you're just going to be killing everything? Goodbye. Have yourself an excellent day. It's, again, the reason why I play weapon platform Neja, even though I'm taking in my Pyrotechnics build. I love that. This Varuna's gorgeous. K-Chart, Aerial. Hotshot, Kamisado, no helmet, high range, decent duration, decent strength. Yeah, actually, I like this. Instead of Constitution, maybe drop this for Augur Message. That's what I would do here. Just save yourself mod capacity, if I'm being honest. That's the only reason. The rest of this looks good, though. If you want, like, more duration, might not be a bad idea on here, but I think it caps out at, like, a 30-second duration or something. I forget what the cap is on the Brimstone. Champ. Prisma Obex. Well, the Obex is getting in Incarnon, so I don't have an opinion on your build. Because we don't know what the build's going to look like post-Incarnon. But it looks like you're going in the right direction. Attack speed is the only thing I would say. Just, why are you always looking at the feet, DE? Lord. Banshee. Evan, I need you to send me a build that isn't Banshee or Banshee related. I need a build that's not Banshee or Banshee related from you. Is Arcane Concentration enough duration for Brightbond in here? With a 13% duration? Although I guess you just cast Brightbond to lock in the strength into here. I guess is probably your logic. You just throw down Brightbond it for a little bit of energy and the extra strength to throw into silence or sonar. So I assume what you're doing here. And then concentration for whatever extra duration you get out of it. Because what, the duration on this is 25 seconds, so it goes down to 2.7, no, 3 seconds. But then you have 60%, so that brings it up to 73. So then that's actually like a 20-second duration. Yeah, actually should be enough. Yeah. Hey, Plex. You have a cool though with hate that's like 7 meter reach on it. Oh yeah, like I mean the Nami solo on Kulovo does silly stuff. That much range just goes fucking bonkers. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm on that too. Temple when their augment comes out. Yeah, no, I'll be doing. I don't know if I'll do a full video on that. I don't think that there's enough. I don't think that there's enough interesting things. Like the problem is when I do a long format video, I like to make 2 or 3 builds. Like 2 is the bare minimum for me these days. Like I used to do videos where it was only 1 or 2 builds, but for me now these days it's like it needs to be 2 or 3 for me to do a video. And like I don't think that there's 2 or 3 builds on Temple. Like Garuda, because of the complexity of Garuda, there's a lot there. And like Dante, there's 2 builds, really, 3 potentially. It's like caster build, gun platform build, Noctua build, and that'll be 3 builds for that. Maybe 2 when the AUG comes out. Even then, I don't think so. 2, yeah, there would be 2, because I would be playing a caster build with the augment and with like Larva or maybe Pole with pyrotechnics, but like that's still not like a whole lot of build diversity there. Make 12 builds for Sirius and Orion. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. I mean, I am looking forward to that, but also that video is going to be like 70 minutes long. I'm going to be channeling Clark for that video. That video is going to be driving me insane. In a good way. Definitely not a complaining way. I really like this tell. I really like that. Pulses every 3 seconds. The buff lasts for 3.6. Okay. Well, I mean, concentration locks in too, right? But it was more of like the duration for having them on the ground. Like how often are you having to recast was more the question. But it has a, you have concentration gives you like a 20. The script is going to be insanely long. Yeah, I'm really not looking forward to that. Missing a good sentient Syandana. There are some pretty good sentient Syandanas out there these days. I forgot how different everything sounds when I'm using my open back headphones. I think I might go back to using these as my mainstream headphones. Just have those other headphones for myself. It also helps to just sort of, with my voice, it sounds less nasally when I'm using the open back, so I'm wondering if there's something there with it as well. This looks really nice. I really like this. I really like this, actually. Even though as you're saying, it's overly bright. It does look nice. Let's krill. Ooh, really pretty Korra. I would love this. This looks great. Very nice. Very nice. Soma, what you got? Good, you got Prime Shred. Just corrosive cold, frostbite. This weapon does go really high into slash, so viral might not be a bad option here, just because when you go into the incarnate, it does super high slash damage. Just sort of as an idea for you. Electricity, critical damage. Yeah, but you got electricity here, so you probably don't want to do anything. Saw the new Wisp? Yeah, I saw it already. Aptitude, shred. Yeah, looks good. I like this. Nothing to say. Looks good on there. Trinity, what you got? Blessing, energize, nourish over the 2? All right. A little bit weird. I'm down. Pool of life. I don't think this augment's very good personally. I kind of understand why you're using it, because you took away energy vampire. So then that way you're getting health orbs and energy orbs from Well of Life. So like I get the reason for doing this, but I also feel like synth deconstruct just kind of solves problems these days. The rest of it looks fine though. Keep in mind that Champion's Blessing is really finicky. It's just in general a really finicky augment. So just keep that in mind there. It's just not consistent. Even with combat discipline, this thing is not super consistent. But I like the rest of the build. The rest of the build looks great. I like the rest of it. Just sort of keep in mind that I find that that feels a little bit weird. Okay, so you got duplicate on here. You need crit damage on here. Like, I would say more crit damage than what you have here. It only has a 50% follow through, so you're using duplicate. The big idea with duplicate is you want to get up to 100% crit chance, and with Blood Rush, you're just going to be a little bit over 100% crit chance. I would probably drop Reach for more crit damage. Because it only has a 50% follow through, and it does have a base 3-meter range, and you're getting range here. 130%? Yeah, it's, I mean, it's still fine. 130% is fine. It's kind of ideal to have a little bit lower, but yeah, you'll be fine. I would probably drop Prime Reach for more crit damage. Because every hit will be hitting twice, and so thus crit damage becomes much more valuable with duplicate than anything else. I would probably drop this for more crit damage. Personally. Also, Elementalist is not really doing anything here for you. It's working only on the slash, but you don't really have, like, great slash chances here. I would probably drop Elementalist. You also might want to do the math on here. For Glad Might, Galvanized Steel instead of Blood Rush. Galv Steel is 110, right? To 24 times 1.2 plus 1.1. No, that's not right. It is 110. Yeah, you'd be really low on crit chance though. Yeah. You could. Yeah, it's I'm on Garuda. I'll just switch over to something else. It doesn't really matter. You could do double Glad on here. Yeah, you could go double Glad. So drop Blood Rush, Reach, and Elementalist for Galvanized Steel. The Gladiator mod that gives you crit damage, Gladiator Might. Yeah, 103 with double Glad. And then you're getting 120% extra critical damage from Galvanized Steel, and then you're also getting 60% more critical damage from Gladiator Might. Might be worth it. Give it a try. See what turns out. Might be worth it. Might be worth it. Duplicate is hands down my favorite melee arcane. When you can get a good duplicate build rolling, it just feels so good. Like you've just got the math down right, and you're just like, It's my favorite arcane in the game. My favorite melee arcane in the game. I love this thing. It just, when you can get the math right, it just feels so good. It just feels so nice. But yeah, I mean, the rest of this build looks great. Just sort of like, you might be able to get harder out of the duplicate there. Oh, Persistence is hands down my favorite arcane in the game. Like, I'm not gonna lie to anybody. Because you like Banshee builds, but I don't like Banshee builds. I hate Banshee builds. Banshee builds are disgusting. Only true psychopaths use Banshee builds. Oh, hey, Evan, how you doing? Okay, the only thing I would say here is don't use Barrier. Barrier is not good. It's really unfortunate. I would highly recommend switching out Barrier for Aegis. Aegis is just superior in basically all ways. The other thing I would say is you might just want to go Molt Augmented for higher power strength because you have Pillage. Right? This is your shield gen. You don't really need Barrier or Aegis. So personally, I would probably switch out Arcane Barrier for Molt Augmented here for just more strength into the build. Also, maybe some more range on here, like dropping this for range. Just with a little sonar tech. Pillage with negative efficiency may cause issues. Yeah. Energized or something for energy. Something for energy, maybe instead of Barrier as well. Archon Stretch, remember? Companions can activate Archon Stretch, giving you free energy. We love free energy! Stynex. Ooh, pretty. Man, I can't wait for Stynex Prime. It's one of my videos I'm working on. Dante, Stynex Prime, the twins, Nidus. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bit above 100%, up to 140 duplicates, so duplicate every hit can roll into the orange category. So the reason why I don't say that is because Puncture exists. Right? Puncture gives you a final critical multiplier increase, or final critical damage increase. So if you have Puncture in the squad, it just ends up messing up stuff. Up to 140 on duplicates, so your duplicate hits can roll into orange category. I don't think that the duplicate hits can roll into orange category. But that said, MC does usually know what he's talking about. Maybe there's some tech that I just don't know about. Creates a separate damage instance. Oh, so what he's saying is the duplicate hit, the second hit can go into orange. That's what it is. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were typing there. Yes, I did know about that tech. Yeah, see, for me, I would rather, because at that point, I'm certain that the math is probably there to be doing that type of thing. But for me, I would rather just have the consistency of the 100% for the always duplicating. That's the way I generally look at it. But that said, do what you like. Play the way you want to. Go on now, Riven build. Put out years ago, made the game 10 times funnier for you. Nice. I really like this. Very nice fashion. You said ignore this one. Yes. What you got? Garuda. Ooh, that's really pretty. Ooh, that's really, really nice. I like. Anix. Ooh, that's really nice too. Duplicate itself is meh. Sure, you can strike 2 times, or you can orange crit for 4 times the initial damage. No, absolutely. I like the thing for me for duplicate is more just the satisfaction of it. But I do think duplicate needs some love. I still think that they should it's not 4 times damage, but it's like it's higher damage with the crit tiers. Orange crits don't double the damage? No, it's not double, but when you start going to reds, it starts going much higher because it's a multiplier into the equation. Duplicate should work on every crit, not only yellow. I don't think it should work on every crit. I think that it should, when it's yellow, it locks your crit chance at 100%, gives you double hits, and makes any extra crit damage, or any extra crit chance into crit damage. Done. Like, even to give it a scaler, so it's only half. Something like that. What you doing with Ash? Oh, I was just using them like, just changing the frame on the back. That's all. Like, that's what I would love to see with duplicate. Just make it go harder into crit damage. Would be really, really funny. Make him stylish? I mean, I got a stylish Ash. It's over here. This is just the regular Ash. Base, prime, base, prime, base, prime, base, prime. Base, prime. Half of your message got blocked off there, Reckless, because assuming that you accidentally put a period in there and then it thought you were trying to post a link. But yeah, when it comes to duplicate, I just prefer playing around the 100% because I'd rather have the guaranteed things. Brick hits are almost the same as duplicate hit crits. Duplicate should just give +5 combo duration or +1 range. I mean, that'd be kind of cool, but I would just, you know, I would want duplicate. I would just want duplicate. I would rather just hit things twice with bigger crit damage. It's really funny when it works. It's really hilarious, actually. I love it when that works. I'm surprised I didn't do a duplicate build with Gara or with Valk. Because surprisingly, Valk would actually be a really good duplicate build. How have I not done a duplicate build here? %50 crit chance? 105% crit chance? How have I not done this build? Actually, now that I think about it, how have I not made this build? Took an ungilded amp to level cap? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of just the thing. Why does this show up as a 9.5? Oh, that's from the thingy. From the shards. A strain infection build? That could be funny. No, we're not gonna mess around with that today. This is sort of like a thing. Man, duplicate provides an extra hit, so it applies stats as well. Yeah. No, it's duplicate is very, very strong. It's just a little bit finicky. It's the reason why, like, I love duplicate. It's like I said, it's my favorite melee arcane in the game. Whenever I can get duplicate going, I'm just happy. I think if I do a Garuda video, I'm just going to be like, listen, this frame is overly complex for no good reason. I am going to just explain the basics. And I think that's what I'm going to do. It's like, this frame is overly complex for absolutely no reason. Here is the wiki. By the way, I have to scroll through this twice because the tips and bug sections are just as long as the base ability functions. I think that's legitimately what I'm going to do when I do this video, is be like, I will explain the weird mechanics for the builds I am showing you. I am not going to explain all of the stupid mechanics with this stupid frame. I actually think that's what I'm going to do. I think that's just what I'm going to do. If I want to see your take, yeah, no, I don't take a look at other people's builds when it comes to my videos. What I do is if I watch someone else's video, I take a look at their explanation of how abilities function. I don't take a look at anything else because I don't want my builds to be their builds. That is not okay with me. I don't want to just copy someone else's builds. That's not what I do. All my builds are by me. If it's the same build as somebody else, it is coincidence. You're heading off to your slot? No worries. See you Tuesday. Casper, how you doing? But yeah, no, I don't take a look at other people's builds when I'm making builds for my own self because I don't want to accidentally copy someone else's builds. All my builds are 100% Zenosfire. Unless I specifically say this is someone else's builds, like when Ace showed me Ace's Equinox. That type of thing. Just say that to anybody. Yeah, don't keep in mind the rules of the channel. Don't self-promote. Thank you. I know that you were meaning well, but please keep that in mind. World I need to explore. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. I gotta figure out the stupid acid shells shit on here. Sorry, it's all good. It's all good. The acid shells tech is something that I need to figure out on here. But that's going to be another day. So let's see. If we got a caster build here. Am I doing good? I'm alive. Hey, Liger. Which companion for Citrine? You're thinking Panzer or Pharaoh? I like the Pharaoh. Because the Pharaoh can do mecha. Which mecha is happy. On Citrine. Acid shells with Garuda? Yeah, acid shells throws out the slash stuff from Garuda. Because she's a stupid frame. Fourth ability for your Jade, replacing your fourth ability, using it as a weapon platform? Yeah, if you want to see some builds for Jade, I got some for you. I got some weapon platform for you. I got some sky-based platform build for you. It's not possible from what you heard. If I remember correctly, it's something to do with her, something else. But anyway, I'm not going to get into that today. Yeah, so I go with the Pharaoh Predicate because of mecha stuff. Decent build, just thought about replacing your fourth ability? Yeah, it's very good. I do it with I play melee with her, I play weapon platform with her, just depending on the helmet choice. Doesn't really matter which one you go for. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community. Twitch up, bro. Otherwise, it's actually bop. Garuda acid shells. Oh, fuck this website. Why does this website still show up? Yeah, it's Seeking Talents. Acid Shell's explosion will trigger the extra hit from Cyto 9's resupply Garuda's Seeking Talent, so it's to do with the fourth ability. With Garuda. Pharaoh Predicate and Citrine's pretty silly because of the toxin damage buff, and then the mecha set could trigger Contagious Bond. Yep. Yep. Mecha set. Anabolic pollination. Go burr. One thing I gotta double check with this. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do for this build? I just tried to melee ground slam to stop flying inside of the dojo. Why do I have such high duration on this build? Why do I have such high duration on this build? There's probably a reason for it. I just can't remember why. Oh, it was for this build. It was the duration for the Elemental Ward. That's what it was. It was the duration for the Elemental Ward. And for the Blood Altar. That's what this one was for. Yeah. When Blood Garuda that has Zada's? Yeah, I was thinking Zada's Blood Forge acid shells. Garuda's Talons gain additional combo count chance when hitting targets affected by slash. Yeah, so there's gonna be 4 builds. So there'll be caster, health tank, persistence, gunplat, claws. So there'll be 4 builds. Persistence build, caster build, gun platform build, with Blood Forge, Zada's over the 3, assumably, with Molt Reconstruct just for the extra. For the Acid Shells thing, it's the Seeking Talons thing. Talents can benefit from universal weapon buffs such as Arcane Arachne and Nourish. Talents have 0% crit chance, but critical multiplier and status chance. So you could also go into Avenger with this. You could do the Avenger Tenacious Bond Crepuscular. Potentially here. Okay. Do I have a community Discord? I do. Give me a second here. No, they've been here before. Kent is fine. They've been here before. Lightning Talent is currently unique from other Warframe augments, exalted weapons such as Chromatic Blade, Mace's Walt, and Balefire Surge. It does not need to be toggled to grant its passive bonus to Garuda's talents as long as the enemy has bleed procs from any source. That's kind of neat. Additional combo counter affected by hitting. Due to the 4/ proc, Seeking Talents is synergized particularly well with weapons that have high damage burst, such as the Kuvazar, to unleash true damage. I assume the true damage is just the slash damage proc, because that's true damage, I assume. Any source of general increased damage, such as Roar, Vigorous Swap, will increase damage. Seeking Talents allows you to do more. Using Dread Mirror's Blood Ball and enemies hit by Seeking Talents will essentially do very high scaling / nuke, scaling further with a primer. Blending Talents gives Garuda potential marker symbol for more enemies than her standard ability by deliberately running in the midst of a crowd and using a short tap cast. Yeah. Paris? Yeah, the Paris makes sense. I'm just sort of thinking like, you're getting a little bit of a behind the scenes look at the way Zeno's brain works when I take a look at video, when I'm thinking about video stuff. Right? I sort of go through the video, like I go through the wiki, try to figure out like the interactions, and then I'll end up testing it later. But I'm kind of just, my brain is now in the mode of I want to understand this. So congratulations, chat. We're in for a quick 5-minute simi test. I swear it'll only be 5 minutes this time. I swear. Marked enemies with weapons and abilities grant a 75% chance to cause a slash status effect. Marked enemies will not receive a force / proc from the ability. On the slam attack, naturally triggers a / proc through status chance, but from other sources of force / is. Hold on. Marked enemies will not receive a forced. Force / proc from the ability on the same attack that naturally triggers a / proc through status chance. Oh yeah, the upcoming Warframe looks absolutely insane. All sources of damage except for dot status effects are capable of inflicting slash. This includes but not limited to weapons, damage from abilities, special damaging effects made from, and synergistic. Okay, so like just any damage. Does this force / chance get affected? Yes. By strength. Oh, I could have just kept reading and seen that there. Oh well. Forgot to the answer anyway. All sorts of damage except for dot status effects. Okay, so we don't care about dot builds with this. So we don't give a shit about dot builds. Hey Grazer, how you doing? Increasing weapon status damage with mods such as Elementalist will. Okay, so Elementalist does function with it. Marked enemies will not receive a force from the ability on the same attack that naturally triggers a slash. Okay, so we don't want to use 100 munitions or internal bleeding with this builds. Okay, that's fine. Who uses these days? Increasing weapon status damage using mods such as Rifle Elementalist will increase the damage of the slash procs. Elementalist. So you don't really care about doing dots, but you want to have Elementalist? Weird. Later game content, I haven't personally attempted it with level cap. My persistence build goes to level cap really easily, but that's also just anything with persistence goes to level cap easily. Yo, Blue. All sorts of damage except for dots are capable of inflicting it. So does this include... Okay, we gotta go simi this. How's it hanging? We're going in for a quick 5-minute simi test. I swear, Blue. I swear, just a quick 5 minutes. Just a quick 5 minutes. I swear it. I swear it's only gonna be a quick 5 minutes. 5 minutes, he says. Shut up, you. That sounds like work today. Oh no. I need help. It'll take 5 minutes. 70 years later. You're expecting a 48-hour? Okay, that's definitely not happening. Okay, Embolist. Oh, my sweet baby Embolist. My sweet baby Embolist. This is the answer. This is the answer to all my problems. It's always the Embolist. It's always just, my sweet baby. Okay, so that was my question. Okay. So my question was, my initial question was, can the hit of the weapon also apply other things and still also activate her passive or the ability? So yes, it can. I didn't know if it was going to be like something stupid where it can only do one or the other. An Oberon persistence build, I mean, you don't really need persistence on Oberon in any way, shape, or form because his passive is just so incredibly strong. But literally, you just take an Oberon build because he gets so much armor from his third ability, fourth ability, second ability combination that you just take a build and you just slap persistence on it and make sure you have over 500 health. So everyone Nourish or Zados or something? Yeah, no, but it was more of like a... I was trying to make sure that as if my hit did a dot, that the hit would also apply slash. That's what I was trying to figure out. What are you testing? Just sort of learning Garuda a little bit better. Not necessarily testing, just learning. So then, assumably, multi-shot is also going to be something interesting because I'm assuming that it's on a per hit basis. Do you have a build from it all? Yeah, I got one on the channel. Oberon. Embolist, yeah, the Embolist is just a good testing weapon if you need just like a dot to test with. So that's what I was just doing. It was just a good testing weapon. Piranha. No, that's okay. What's got multi-shot but not slash? What's a weapon that's got good multi-shot but not slash? Chat, can you guys think of anything? Ballistica? No, it's got slash. Oh, sorry. Zero slash. Good multi-shot. No, it's sorry. It can't be a chain beam or continuous fire. Compressor. Good call. What I'm trying to understand is if the slash procs are on a per hit basis or a... Yes, it is a per hit basis. What's your Mirage plus Okina? Because you need a better Mirage and your Okina could use some work. Foxy, both of them are on the channel. Mirage? Funnily enough, my Mirage video is using the Okina in it with Melee Kareen. And Okina. Funnily enough. I just split this message up into two because YouTube has a chat size limit. There you go. Okay, so it is on a per hit basis. It's not a it's on a per hit basis. It's not on a whatchamacallit. So high multi-shot is really, really good. Check the gun with hit scan as well. Can it change things? What are you talking about? Sorry, Evan, am I missing some context with what you're saying? Check with a gun that's hit scan as well. Oh yeah, with hit scan, yeah. Sorry, I was just rereading. Detron. Yeah, that's what I was checking. It was per hit, not per shot. Yeah. I'm a mod set on them, but also run Arcane Universal Follow. Yeah, it'll be fun. Yes, that is what I meant. It was per hit, not per shot. That is what I was trying to double check. Some things in the game are per shot. Some things in the game are per hit. I just wanted to make sure that it was a per hit, not a per shot. Don't think the Detron's hit scan. Isn't the Detron hit scan? I think it's a hit scan. I'm like 90% certain, but sure, we'll test the pseudo too. Bet. Oops. Yes, per shot. Or per hit, not per shot. Oh, that's right. It's a projectile because of the whole mag thing. Either way, still works. Either way, still works. So high multi-shot weapons is what we're looking for this build. High multi-shot. Do the blast procs? Hold on, because it's a per hit. Do blast procs do the slash? That's stupid. Okay, so we want a high multi-shot. Blast weapons. Gas doesn't do weapon hits. Gas does status hits. Blast was not activating there. No, blast is not activating it. Let's just make sure I have enough strength here. So that's 100%. Okay, so blast hits do not activate it. Oh, my mouse just died. Oops. Nope, blast procs do not activate it. Okay, so it's not actually on weapon hit in the traditional sense. Interesting. Because other things that are weapon hit, blast counts as a weapon hit, and it was not activating there for the extra hits. And it should be 100% because we have 100% here because we got this here. So it should be guaranteed. If blast was functioning properly, it should be activating there, but it wasn't, at least from what I saw there. So blast does not activate the unique trait. So we don't care about blast, we care about multi-shot. Status explosions from mecha will trigger it. Yeah, that's different. We're going with blast specifically. The Vidaria unique trait? That is actually a great question. Warframe be weird sometimes. Warframe's a psychopath of a game. Bap. Oh, it's just problematic. Oh, I did see a slash proc activate there. Yeah, it is actually. That's hilarious. The Vidaria is unironically a fantastic weapon for Garuda. All right. So blast, no. Vidaria, yes. All right. That's kind of weird. Huh. Hey, what do you think about this? Wait a second. Are we just cooking something really dumb now? Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Where the fuck's the disc? There you go. Oh, it does! It does! It does count as a weapon hit. The Zenostar's back on the menu. Oh no! I can't do a endgame prime build also requiring a daily login thing. No, I can't do this. No, I'm gonna get called such a dickhead for doing this to people. I can't, guys. That's just rude. I'll make mention of it in the video. I'll make mention of it. Because theoretically what you could do then is this. Right? You have this stupid friggin' thing here. Right? You go like this, and then you throw out the Azima, and then you pull out this, and you do a heavy attack with this, and then you just have like just a lingering AoE on a bunch of people because you got random bullshit happening. Okay, I'm gonna run a quick ad break. I'm just gonna stretch my back, so I'll be back in a few minutes here, peeps. No, we're messing around with Garuda. Garuda's got stupid things. Garuda's stupid. This frame is dumb. So... Bloodforge, Blending Talons, maybe? Both? For this? Probably. We don't care about armor, so we can just go, like, strength. Now, that's the other thing that I want to test. First off, Avenger. No, this is not activate Avenger. Okay, that was the question. Does that activate Avenger? It does not. So we could do the combat discipline. Avenger shenanigans. Please activate. No. Please activate. No. Please activate Avenger. Please? 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 Yes. They can crit. Oh. Alright. Huh. Alright. Well, that's interesting. Huh. Null Star Hotshot? No, it needs a final critical multiplier. It's got 0% crit chance. So it needs a final critical multiplier. And then, like, Crepuscular. Wow, that makes this, my Vidaria build? Vidaria. So wow, yeah, this makes me really wish that I could have a lot more arcanes on the frame. Because you could go Crepuscular, you could go Crepuscular with Avenger. You could go a lot of interesting things here. Drink my water. All right, Kiwi. Sandcats? I mean, Sandcats theoretically, yeah. But I'm not going to do Sandcats here. Because we got Caster build. So this is just Breach Surge, Arachne for increasing this damage and this damage, with Breach Surge, with Molt Reconstruct healing us, with Dread Mirror. Why do I have... Oh, it's because I'm running double umbers here. And then we have Persistence here. And then we have Gunplat here. So Gunplat is probably just going to be Nourish over Blood Altar. And then we'll use Blood Forge Acid Shells shenanigans. Arcane Arachne. So Arcane Arachne gives this, and this multiplicative damage. Doing Garuda build? Yeah, just getting ready for making my Garuda video because I was debating whether or not I wanted to do a Garuda video just because she's such a overly complex frame, but I think I'm going to, yeah. But what I'll do is just be like, this frame is overly complex and has a lot of insane niche things. I am going to explain to the best of my ability the basics of how this frame functions. And this is the reason why showing the effing marathon of text that is each of these abilities. Like, it's just a mess of a frame. Like, look at this. This is insane. So I'm not going to try to explain everything to do with the ability, and I'm just going to give, like, these are the basics of what you need to know for the builds of today. I would love to explain everything here, but this video will be a 6-hour-long video if I do that. So it's just going to be this is how it functions. This is what you need to know for the builds that I'm using today. And that's the way that I'm going to explain it. Because this is overly complex for the sake of, like, just complexity things. Hey, Slash. Just a vid of scroll through. Yeah, it's literally, it's going to be, we're going to record this, and I'm just going to go like this. Be like, this is all of the insanity that is this frame, and that's not even the tips and tricks section. Here's the tips and tricks section for this frame. And I'm just gonna, like, that's how I'm gonna explain it. Just be like, this frame is overly complex. So I'm going to explain to the best of my abilities all the information that you need to know in order to play. And there is much more information, and then I'll find, like, Ken's videos or something. And you're all out of bubble gum? Oh, well, I guess you're eating ass then today. Yeah, this is literally what I'll do, is I'll just say, like, I'm going to explain things to the best of my abilities. This frame is overly complex. I'm going to give you what you need to know in order to play, and if you want to master her, go watch Ken's video. I'm sure Ken's got a video breaking down all this insanity. It's like, if you need further explanation on all the weird insanity of this, go watch Ken. Because this is just way too much. We'll let Ken solve the prodigal problem so I don't have to, exactly. Just a few more subs. We apparently hit the Partner Plus for the month. So that's amazing. I can't believe we actually got it. I didn't think it would happen. The Partner Plus is the thing that I'm really hunting down for as a community goal. Because if we maintain Partner Plus for the next 3 months, that's like a 15% raise for me. It'll make life a lot easier. Yeah, we hit Partner Plus for this month. So we just got to hit it for the next 2 months and we're good. Almost there. And then that's a whole year of a raise for Zenosfire. Got your renewed? Heck yeah. Give Zenos the monies. I know. I do appreciate y'all for helping me do this insane career thing. Like, just over a year ago, I was debating stopping streaming. And it's only because of y'all that I kept going. Multiplicative to all damage sources and faction damage bonuses. So it's multiplicative to multiplicative sources. What a stupid fucking frame. What a stupid frame. Why is this frame like this? I mean this with no disrespect, but this has to be a Reb frame. I mean this with absolutely no disrespect, but this has to be a Reb frame. Reb's frames are just like weirdly complex sometimes. When Reb was helping design frames, they were just like overly weirdly mathed. And again, absolutely no offense, not insulting Reb at all. But this screams Reb. You like the complexity sometimes? Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. I love the complexity. I love the complexity. But it's like, part of this is over complex. But also, that's kind of where the fun of Warframe is. So, like, I'm not complaining about it being so complex. I do wish that it was a little bit less complex, though. Channeling speed is affected by casting speed. So for the gun platform, do we want both Bloodforge and Blending Talons? I feel like Blending Talons just makes the build flow faster. Right? Because you can just do that. And then you're fine. I feel like blending talons makes sense on all of these builds. Lower range, but way faster. Yeah, and I'm totally okay with that. Because we can always fix range, right? Range is something we can always fix. Like what? Wait, this is a 20-meter range for this? Throw an Archon stretch here too, because why not? Free energy. No, we don't need the free energy. We got freaking bloodletting. So Bloodforge is here. Blending Talons. What's the Dread Ward? Oh, the Dread Ward's the invincibility. The Dread Ward's the invincibility. I think we do the Dread Ward on this build. With her claws? I think, yeah, I think we go invincibility on this one with the claws build. With a few augments you feel like should be base kit, like tapping and is blending, it would be kind of nice, yeah. Gun platform Garudas run either Dream Spawn or Rejuvenation, so she always has 1 HP to dump into her 3 to reload. That's a good call, actually. It's actually a straight up good call. Especially for this one, where we're going to be playing around Dread Mirror. Oh, but if we're doing this, do we want to do 3? Hey, Double, how you doing? Focus on efficiency for Kolme, right? Since strength doesn't do much. Yeah, I like actually going into strength on Kolme, personally. Just increases the damage of her abilities, but, you know. Especially if you're not running Molt Reconstruct. Yeah. 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 Building her as a primer? Yeah, then you don't need strength if you're just building her around as a primer. I like playing her as a caster, so I play with the high strength so that the statuses and whatnot does more damage, but you'll be fine either direction. Why do I have adaptation here? That doesn't need to be here. What are we putting here instead of adaptation? This is when I was like on the idea of using adaptation with persistence, but we don't really need it. More duration? More duration could be nice. More strength? Nah, we don't need it. Overframe miscalculating crit chance? Yeah, it's a little bit messy with the math on there. What do I set this to? Is this for health? This has to be for health, right? I was doing it for armor? Why was I doing it for armor? Why was I doing this for armor? Oh, I think it was to get over 1400 armor so that we don't have to care about persistent stuff. I think that was the reason. Yeah, that's fine. That's a go for either. Go for more health or go for the other one. This build here, I don't think needs to make any changes. This, we have to figure out what to do with this D slot. I always forget where to slot my D. Hey, oh! I'm so alone. Blending Talons, Bloodforge. We need some range on here, so... Overextended? 17-meter range? Do you think that's enough for a gunplat build? I feel like that's enough for a gunplat build. I feel like it's enough. I feel like we don't need more range. I feel like I want more range, though. I feel like a little bit more range is nice. Yeah, a little more range is nice. And then, of course, Molt Reconstruct, because it's just, like, the thing to use on her. And then... let's see, probably, like, Nourish? Do that scale with health care about primes? Technically, yes. Because primes will typically, not always, but typically have more strength or more health. So if you're looking like for those types of frames, usually, yeah. Do we just do, I guess we just do like one Umbral here. And we put that guy up there. And then do we go shield tanking? On here? Well, we need the blending talons on here. We need an aura. I feel like the Call of Dreamers Bond makes sense, and I feel like Prime Sure-Footed because I like it. And then I feel like we don't need as much duration here, but that's because our shards we got a lot of duration on. But that doesn't mean that we can go into transient here. Because our shards. What are you doing with this last dash? I guess with this last dash, we just go Augur Strength? We go Augur Strength? And we do like Shield Gatey-ish? I'm going to assume that this, since it doesn't cost any energy, doesn't give you over shields. Okay, good. That was my assumption. Updating builds. I haven't done a long format video for her yet, so that's what this is. And then this will be like Nourish or Roar or Zata's. And Acid Shells. Nourish, Roar, Zata's, Acid Shells. And putting it over Blood Altar. Yes. And then we can use Bloodforge to reload the Sobek faster. And then this is like, you either use Bloodforge or Dreadward, depending on personal preferences. If you don't care about the reloading, then you use Dreadward for the invincibility. If you care about the reloading, you use Bloodforge instead. And because we got Molt Reconstruct, I think we go Brief Respite for the Shield Gating shenanigans. So then we have Augur Secrets and Brief Respite for shield gating. And then we have Bloodletting as a status cleanse for shield gating. And then we heal ourselves with Molt Reconstruct and also restart our shields with Molt Reconstruct. Because we got this here. Is this enough energy for this build? Do we need more energy than this? Do we need a flow? I feel like we do need a flow. I feel like we do want a flow here. I feel like that makes sense. So we have something like this. For like a gun platform with Nourish or Roar or Zata's here. And then we do Acid Shells or any high AoE multi-shot weapon. I think is the answer here. Yeah, I think that's the answer here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And if you have a long reloading weapon and you don't care about the invincibility, you go Bloodforge, and if you want the extra survivability, you go Dreadward instead. And then you run some Augur mods on a pistol with Brief Respite for shield gating. For if you screw up Dreadward. Yeah. What's the invincibility time on here? Didn't think about that. We go like that. So we go high duration. So that's 17 seconds in between. Is this refreshable? Is Dreadmirror refreshable? Refreshed, yes. So it is refreshable. So this is refreshable. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So it is refreshable. So yeah, I think this is the weapon platform build. This is what makes sense to me. So we have shield gating as like a backup. Oh, actually, you know what? I think with Dreadward, we don't want to do shield gating. Now that I think about it, I don't think we want to do shield gating with Dreadward. Because it doesn't make you invulnerable. It just makes you unkillable. So I don't actually think we want to use Brief Respite. I don't think we want to go into shield gating at all here. So the reason why is because we're not invulnerable, which means we're still going to be taking damage in between Dreadward, like through Dreadward. So our shields are not going to be doing as much with the shield gating. Dreadward with the shield gauge is more layers of defense in it. Yeah, it is a backup survivability. And I think that's something I would say in the video is be like, this is a backup survivability. You can use Brief Respite for backup survivability. It isn't totally necessary. You should be fine with just Dreadward. And I think that's what I'll say. Because between Dreadward and Molt Reconstruct, theoretically, as long as you maintain Dreadward, you should be unkillable. But then the problem is then you have to be like spam casting Dreadward whenever you see an enemy that's below 45% or 40% health, right? I love that the Vidaria. I love that the Vidaria just gets slash procs. That's hilarious. So insta-kill, and now we're unkillable. And we just do like that. So like anytime that you see an enemy low, jump on them, and it's also because of the nuke, right? And oh, interestingly, you maintain the unkillableness even when the shield's gone. Okay, so you maintain the unkillableness when you expend the shield. Okay, that's actually solid. Consider Dreadward as the backup. I feel like Dreadward to me is going to be the primary survivability source. This is we're going to have to go play this one out to test to see if the shield gating is necessary or not. We'll have to go into a mission and give this a test later. I'm not going to do that today. This is just sort of theory crafting today. So I'll say this for now, and then we'll think about swapping around later. So we got persistence. We still got to figure out what to do with this D here for persistence. I kind of feel like just overextended. I feel like we go overextended and then augur secrets here. What arcanes? It's Arcane Arachne, Molt Reconstruct. So because Arcane Arachne will give multiplicative damage here, multiplicative damage here, and multiplicative damage here. And these two are the two that you're actually casting for this build. Well, you're casting everything, but like these two are the ones that I'm focusing on more. And in this build, you also don't need Umbral Vitality, Umbral Intensify. Like this would be another option for Dread Mirror or Dread Ward instead of Umbral Intensify. Right? Or, sorry, Umbral Vitality. I like the health though, so I'm going to use the health. And the persistence build. How different are these builds? Like, actually, though. They're basically the exact same build, except triple Umbral. Archon Stretch, yeah, but bloodletting regenerates your health. So you don't necessarily need it. Yeah, so this is either going to be Dread Ward on here as well for the caster build, or because we got some decent duration here. Is this the same duration as the Gunplat? Wow, these are all basically the exact same builds. Well, that's really boring. And I think because of that, we're going to put Dread Ward here. Just because that's kind of boring for me. Running three builds that are basically the exact same. I feel like we don't need flow here. This might actually be the Vigorous Swap time on this build for the caster build. Vigorous Swap works on Breach Surge, right? I think Vigorous Swap works on Breach Surge beats the universal buff. So you do Arcane Arachne and Vigorous Swap into Breach Surge, Seeking Talons, damage boost. And do something like this for the caster build. Because we have 320 energy base. We have this, we have this, we have this. And I think in this build, because we're going to be casting so much, this is where we go into Briefer Spite. This might actually be, instead of Dread Ward, this might be... a catalyzing shield gate build. Like that. Because we have multiple abilities that are insta-casts for shield gating. And we have a status cleanse on bloodletting. And then we have enough energy that we're going to have to be casting bloodletting frequently. Is at least the theory here. Right? So, because we do that. Sorry, we do that. 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 We do. Oh, you know, it's a little bit not enough energy. I wasn't even paying attention to the what the hell was happening on my screen there. I wasn't even paying attention to this nightmare. Wow, this is going to be really chaos driven. That's actually a kind of fun chaos, though. That is actually kind of fun. Although I feel like we need to drop Blind Rage. I feel like we don't want to have this low of efficiency here. So I feel like we want Transient Fortitude here. Sure, it's a little bit less duration, but we don't really care about our duration too much on this build. And I think this is where we swap out. Oh, you know what? This is a lot of button pressing. This is a lot of button pressing. You know what? This feels really uncomfortable. I think we are going to get rid of Vigorous Swap. This is way too uncomfortable. We'll go Flow instead. And then we go back to Breach Surge. We go back to Blind Rage, I mean. No longer need Breach Surge at all for full for damage, though. No, I mean, it would be to play into Breach Surge, right? Because Vigorous Swap applies to Breach Surge, but we're out of Arachne here for our damage. So, like, this is the theory of what we're going to be doing here. Flow also makes her one stronger because of longer casting. Yeah, but this is more about spamming buttons and things happening. Right? This is more about, like, spamming buttons and watching stuff happen than anything else. But, that said, you are right. Funny explosions. Right? This is more what this build is for. It's just like the funniness of this. Vigorous Swap applies to Groot as 1. Really into the swap tech. Honor 1, you can nuke everything in 1.5 seconds. Oh, no, absolutely. No. I'm agreeing with you. But what I'm saying is, like, I don't think we want to go What I'm concerned about is the amount of buttons, with people then going to be complaining about the amount of APM. That's what I'm more concerned about here, is sort of the usability factor rather than the damage output factor. Like, I recognize what you're saying, and, like, I agree with you, but it's more of, like, I don't want to cause the poor people to have to deal with the fact that you are trying to do something, like, way over the top. So it's more about ease of use than strength. And with the eye gating from spamming the 4th ability, like, I know that this can do a lot more damage if we were to be playing more around the 1 ability. Like, I recognize this. That is not my commentary here. Because this thing just does, like, an obscene amount of damage. Right? Like, a truly obscene amount of damage. But this might also be a point where we put more cast speed on here so that we can utilize the 1 more. Maybe this is one of those things where I finally actually use natural talent. That's a joke. I'm never going to use natural talent. Yeah, okay. That's what it is. We're going to drop some of these duration shards for cast speed shards for this build. So those are going to have like 3 cast speed shards. Because we don't need this much duration. Natural talent's a good mod. Yeah, but mods to me are just so much more important than shards. Just generally speaking. So catalyzing shields, brief respite, auger mods on the pistols for shield gating. Cast abilities. We don't really need duration on here. So I feel like we don't want to have negative duration, but I feel like we don't need as much duration shards. So this is probably going to be a drop some of these off. Like drop 2 of these duration shards off just so we can make it so much more faster with the charge on the first ability for its damage. I also feel like we do want more range here. Maybe I do drop continuity for more range. Do I drop continuity for more range? No, I don't drop continuity for more range. No. Having a little bit of duration would be important. I also feel like I don't need that much more duration on here. I feel like I can just get rid of all these duration shards that I have. And go like 3 cast speed shards. Pressure fitted for range or Dread Mirror gives knockdown immunity? Is it knockdown immunity only from the front though? No, all the way? You bring up a valid point then. At least for you. Two of the way. Shield blocks, including self-stagger from explosion projectiles, does not resist knockback effects that launch the player. All incoming ranged and melee attacks that hit the mirror are blocked and absorbed by the Dread Heart. Alright. Well, I'm gonna find out. There was a reason for me doing this, now I just can't remember what it is. Do they still do knockdowns when I'm invincible? At least I can't tell there. Let's just bring this down to level 1. And heavy. And here. And simulate. And I need to turn off your... Wait, why are you over there? How'd you get over there? Oh. Huh. When you bump into them with the shields, it knocks them over. That's kind of funny. Okay, so, well, the shield expired there, so that was a bad example. Yeah, it stops knockdowns from everywhere. Excuse me, could you all knock me down now? Could you do a knock? Oh, you don't want to do a knockdown? Male now, what? Male naval ring cult? Are you okay? What kind of name is that? Can you guys, okay. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, sorry, we gotta run a quick eye break. See y'all in a second. Here, give me your shield. Knock me down. Okay, so yeah, it is knockdown protection. Okay, cool. It is knockdown protection. Okay. So yeah, we don't need prime for delicious. Omni. Here you go. Perfect. Exulus. Cutting drift for a little more range. Okay, there we go. And then you can be more strength. You can be power drift. And then we're going to lose some duration here, and that's okay. And then you are a gun platform, but you do want to have range because we want to get this on as many enemies as possible for that. Cast speed excellence. I always forget about speed X drift. You're a smart one. I always forget about speed drift. Trees Well of Life, Blood Altar. Yeah, the Blood Altar one is a little bit weird, but this is using the health tank one is using Elemental Ward. So it's fine. Between like two of these being down, it's more than enough survivability. But you are right. This is a weird as ass mechanic. Like that number there, that health per second thing is a lie. That number is a lie. It's not accurate. It's a lie. Leo, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. This number is a lie. Speed drift. You're a smart one, Blue. That's why I keep you around. Why does this build only have 600 energy? Ah, battery. It's accurate, but it's referring to missing health. It's like, not really though. I remember trying to figure this out, but it's not missing health. It's really weird. Like the math on this thing is really odd. It's got some, it's not, it's really weird. The blood flows from the victim to them, restoring of their missing health. It claims it's this much. It claims it, but apparently it's very bugged from what I know. It does some really weird stuff, which actually does lead into the fact that I need to make this heat so that we have a higher health pool for Blood Altar, for persistence, for battery. So this needs to be heat. So this is a caster Blood Altar build. Oh, I remember why I was going cold on here. It was because I was doing bulwark things with this video. That's why. It was the Blood Altar. It was the bulwark. That's why this was for bulwark. That's right. It's missing health, but it's not all one big chunk. Yeah, it's a weird. It's odd. Its math is identical to that. I know that that's what everyone believes that's the case, but when even like Brozyme and Ken are just like, yeah, this math don't math. There's got to be something there. At the very least, I have yet to see evidence of it working the way that it says that it works. Let me put it that way. It's an odd one. Either way, it's enough healing for me. Wasn't persistence be supposed to be for AoE shenanigans? No, the persistence was for bulwark shenanigans. Why do I have Augur Secrets when you don't have shields? Augur Secrets also gives you strength. Styanax Prime worth the buy if you like Styanax and the weapons? Yes. But it's always your money, so kind of depends on you. Either way, from what I remember, the healing from Blood Altar is not necessarily what it says in the game. I don't remember all of the exact reasons and logic behind it, but from what I know, it's a little bit weird. Bright Bonnet on Temple? What ability should it go over? Are you planning on using Lizzie? If not, Lizzie. If you are planning to use Lizzie, the one. No matter how much that hurts me. I really gotta remove this song from the playlist. I'm done with that one. Garuda is weird. Yeah, it's odd. I gotta remember why this math doesn't math right for this, but I remember that this math doesn't math right. I can't remember the exact logic and reasoning for why this math doesn't math right. But from what I know, this math doesn't math right for the healing, the amount of healing it does. Groot is so weird that a 5-minute simi run turned into over 50 minutes. I mean, is a 5-minute simi run simi bop bebop boppity bop bop. The 5-minute simi run is never actually a 5-minute simi run. We know that. Bees holding one? Yeah, we're messing around with that. That's what this build is. Great Surge, Blending Talons, Cast Red Mirror, GG. That's what that build is. 5-minute simi run is a dream or a well-documented mechanic check. Even then, it's not really. I have to. This is like the thing where I got to go double check with Ken's video to understand why this math. There's something in my brain that says this math doesn't math the way that it's supposed to math. I just don't remember why or what the logic is for this math not doing the math thing. So this is like a future Zenos has to do a deeper dive and try to figure this out. I can't remember the exact logic and reasoning behind it, but there's something with this that's like a little bit weird. And I'll look into that another day. I'm not going to bother with that right now. Piggy, how you doing? Because some people say that it works as intended because it's your missing health. And other people say that this doesn't make any sense. Is it like the percent split between the 3 altars? I can't remember what the weirdness is with it. Hi, you've been meaning to look for me on Twitch. Hi. Love your YouTube videos. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Anyway, we'll worry about this later. I don't know what the math and the reason is. That's something you heard about. It's at the very least something that I have heard about from numerous of my friends about its math being weird. So I'm going to put a pin in this for now, and I will worry about this another day. All I know is that it's enough to make me tanky with persistence. This is what I know. With a few of these down, I'm good. And that's what matters. That's all that really matters. Okay, where are we at here? Okay, so we got caster. We're doing shield gating on the caster build. We're doing persistence here. Now then the question is do we drop? Yeah, why am I doing this? Why am I doing like this? Does it work well enough that it should do? Yep, good enough. Yeah, that's basically where I'm at. I'll have to look into the reason why that, like, look into the logic from other people as to why that math don't math. But that's a future me problem. What the fuck am I doing here? Do I drop battery for something? Do I drop battery for flow, or is that just then creating the exact same problem that I talked about either? It was an overcharge. It was either overcharge or battery. I can't remember which of the two it was, but it was one of the two. Type exclamation point Garuda. Hello, you're new to Warframe. Welcome. How are you? It's in the Garuda video. The Garuda short that I have. It's there. You can watch it there. The problem is it just feels like a lot of these builds are the same, and like it's not the same obviously, but it just kind of feels the same. Like I feel like I don't need battery here. And I just put flow here and I put molt augments in here instead. I feel like that makes sense. Why do I suddenly have 320 energy? Have I always had 320 energy here? Am I losing it? Do we need this much range? Could I drop stretch and just keep overextended? Could I drop overextended? But having a 70-meter range on this is pretty funny. Nah, I think we do this and we go higher strength. I think we do like that. And we go higher in strength with the Augur Secrets here for the strength. We could go into transient fortitude, but I want to keep my duration up because I'm gonna lose 30% duration here. What does this make it? A 57-meter radius. I feel like that's more than enough. I feel like a 57-meter radius is more than enough for me here. I think that makes sense to me, right? Right? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay, what about this one? Make the radius bigger? Don't tempt me, Evan. You know I'm easily tempted. I was about to say, do we need Molt Reconstruct here? And then immediately was like, oh, right, yes, we do need Molt Reconstruct because we're going to be eating our health here. The Persistence was for Overcharge and the Cold Ward for Venado Pre. Oh, yeah. Warframe is confusing as a new player. That is correct, yes. Warframe is not a hard game. It's just a very confusing game because there's a lot of complexity to it. What I would recommend, Emmanuel, is like Kengineer, iFlynn, No Sympathy, all have really good beginner guides. I would definitely, I've got a few beginner videos on the channel, but like not a whole lot, I'm not gonna lie. But those three are definitely three creators I would recommend to check out their beginner guide videos. I think Kengineers is 0 to Hero. Brozime, I think Brozime also has a beginner one as well. But I would definitely recommend to check out beginner guide videos. I'm always here to answer any questions that you may have whenever I'm live, but I definitely recommend to check in with those videos there. Didn't expect that. Yeah, Sevagoth do Sevagoth silly things. I don't know who Tipsy is, so I'm not going to recommend them because I only recommend people if I A, can confirm that they're good at their job, and B, confirm that they're not dweebs. So that's the only reason. I don't know if they're a dweeb or not. Flo? Oh yeah, Flo's got a good starter series too. See, Flo, I know. Flo's good peeps. But yeah, Manuel, if you do have any questions, the biggest thing for a new player that I would always recommend, remember, Warframe is a is a marathon, not a sprint. It's a slow burn game. And the other thing is make sure that you're working on like the main story quests. Those are the most important things. They'll progress you through the story. They'll unlock new planets, unlock new systems, unlock new warframes, and so on and so forth. The quests are a really good guide for you. You're crawling into bed. You have yourself an excellent sleep. Oh, Sir Polia, that Sevagoth build is really old. I need to redo it, but it's basically fine. It'll at least get you started. Now I gotta figure out what I'm doing with this stupid claws build. I think that's a future me problem. I think we're good where we're at for today. Go take your back this weekend? Yeah, I'm gonna do like 40 minutes of work tomorrow, and then I'm just gonna like sit in a bathtub. We're nourish here. We're nourish. 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 Yeah, this is a nourish one. But this could be any gun platform ability. Good, good. Night, night. Can't wait for the heat to go down. I hope so. Ever used Gruda's claws before? Yeah, I'll do a claws build just for funs. But I think really it'll just be the weapon platform build. And then, like, you can use the claws with it. Same with the persistence build. I think that's what it'll be. Does it still activate? Assumably not, because that whole active weapon arcane thing that they introduced with Tech Rod Encore. I'm going to assume not, at least. Spaceman, got a rocket on my back. Yeah, I think I just do 3 builds. I think I just do these 3 here. I think I just do these 3. Are they different enough? We've got shield gating, we've got persistence, and we've got dread ward. I feel like that's different enough. Although I feel like the mods are all relatively the same. Is there anything different between these that's like makes sense to be different? But you don't like missing the movement from the Praeto Scana? Yeah, that's fair. Doesn't it work if you have non-exalted weapons on? I think it technically counts as an exalted weapon. Does the claws need its own build? I don't think so. I think we just do wet platform rather than gun plat. Plat. Caster, persistence, weapon platform. I think this makes sense for build wise. I think this makes sense for 3 different builds. A persistence weapon platform build. I wasn't frowning. How much does Molt Reconstruct heal us? Heal yourself and allies for each energy point spent on the initial casting cost of abilities. Can I take a look at your Rubico build? I'm going to be ending stream in 3 seconds here. So probably not today, bud. I want to finish up this thing here before I call it for myself. Oh, it didn't consume energy. What if we put Elemental Ward over Bloodletting? go molt reconstruct with persistence instead. And the fourth ability is augment instead. No, I think we keep it like this, and then we say in the video, by the way, this works really well as well if you want to keep the fourth for its weapon things, where you just switch elemental ward over. Yeah, I think that's where we leave it. Yeah, we'll leave it there, and then I'll come back and check all this out here in a second. Okay, we'll just take a look at these two here, and then we'll call it. Give me a second here, Serpolia. I'll take a quick look at it. Rubico! Is this used for anything specific, Serpolia? Like, are you using this for any specific reason? Just self-leveling? The only thing I would say is you don't really need semi-rifle cannonade. You got Serration and Deadhead, so you don't really need this. And if you're just doing stealth leveling, like, this is perfectly fine. If it's just for stealth leveling, it'll be perfectly fine. You don't need to go anything too crazy there. Ollie, your Chroma. Nourish over the 4, persistence, battery. So the only thing to keep in mind here, Ollie, is Guardian Armor is not enough healing for persistence. Because this is 5% of his health over 3 seconds. It's not 5% of his health every second. I tried to take this level cap and it just was not happy. So just keep this in mind that persistence and Guardian Armor isn't really enough. But if you bring a companion, right? Like with Hunter Recovery or a weapon that heals you, you'll be perfectly fine. Just keep in mind that this doesn't do enough for persistence, but what you have here is perfectly great otherwise. Yeah, everything else that looks good. Okay, now I'm calling it. Okay, Leo, thank you for the Leo roll. Thank you for the new Prime. Skygara, thank you for the new Prime. Shaform, thank you for the new Prime. Ollie, thank you for the 7 gifted subs. Ollie, thank you for the 6 gifted subs. That's right, I didn't fall for the trap that time. Drozen, thank you for the 12 months Prime. Real Human Being, thank you for the 7 months, or sorry, Drozen, thank you for the 12 months Tier 1. Real Human Being, thank you for the 7 months Tier 1. Grandin, thank you very much for the 12 months Tier 1. And that's all we got for today. That's it. I don't think there was anything over on YouTube because I don't think the bot messed up, and I don't think there was any sound alerts. Oh, I think there was like 1 or 2. Ollie for the 6 gifted subs? Oh no. You're just doing it to me, aren't you? No. Redacted for the sound alerts. Thank you very much. And there's the 6, 7 gifted subs. You nerd. Thank you for the 6 and 7 gifted subs. And also, we hit the sub goal. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, everybody. I am calling it here for me today. I appreciate y'all. And unless you want to get a hype train going, and then I'll stay here for a few more minutes. But, you know, otherwise I'm out of here. Sub goal met too? Yeah, we hit the sub goal too. And we hit Partner Plus. No, go end stream. Okay, I'll go end stream. All right. Where are we dropping you dates off with? We're gonna drop you off over here. Take care of back. You know I am. Oh, this person's been going for a very long time. They might be stopping soon. I have bad news. We're not raiding anybody because I can't find anybody I want to raid right now. All right, everyone. Take care. Be safe. Be good to each other. Have yourselves a wonderful evening. We'll be updating. We'll be back on Tuesday as per usual for weeklies. We might be doing more variety next week. I'm just feeling a little bit burned out on Warframe. So we might be doing some more variety next week. So don't be too surprised if we aren't doing a ton of Warframe next week. But otherwise, everyone, take care. Be safe. Be good to each other. Have yourselves a good night. Go find, you don't have to stay here, or you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. See you. Bye.